Hello, everybody. It's been a while since we last saw your wonderful faces and names in the chat. Thank you for tuning in tonight. I am Graham or Graham Crackers, and if this is your first time tuning in, here at Graham Crackers, we are all about making memories with friends, whether those are through MMORPGs, TTRPGs, or video games. Tonight, we are once more resuming our D&D 5e campaign, DM'd by Anonymous, our wonderful DM of the night, Goldshine Investigations. Tonight, I will be playing Geharis Nervos Blackmont, the Tiefling Oath of Conquest Paladin, and I am joined by such a wonderful cast of DMs and players that while they need no introduction, I would like to know, three things. Who are they playing? And who are they? And Matt, what's one last thing you want our audience to know?
What is your character's greatest dream in life?
Geharis' greatest dream in life is to own their own castle, be lord of a huge swath of land, and to be treated as a hero and bring about equality, peace, and prosperity to those underneath his rule.
Noble, noble.
Okay. Hello everyone. I am Pharaoh. I will be playing Utaka, a water genasi cleric rogue whose greatest dream in life is to be so powerful that he doesn't need his gods anymore.
What's a king to a god?
Well, I mean, we'll see. And off to you.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's me, Israel, the half-elf Fae Pact warlock. Her greatest dream in life? Israel's greatest dream in life at this point is something just very simple. One, it's survival. Two, it's possibly marrying Geharis. And three, whatever the fuck happens after that, I guess, she hasn't figured it out. That really seems like pretty unachievable potentially. So she's just hedging her bets. Be happy, I guess, is the last one with shrug emoji.
Okay, well, I guess that's me. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. I plays Gria's Bramble Pelt, who is a bugbear swamp druid and rogue. Griaz also shares Israel's dreams of survival and marrying Geharis, less so the second one. No, his dream is really just to save his swamp and return to it and just live out the rest of his swampy bugbear days and maybe just kind of return to nature, circle of life it. But you gotta have a home to go back to one. So gotta save that shit first. And I'll hand it off to the incredible Jeremy.
Well, thank you, Derek. Hello, everyone. My name's Jeremy, and I have the pleasure of playing Ivron Blackmont, the Protector Asimar Oath of Devotion Paladin, brother to Geharis. And I guess I would say Ivron's dream currently at the moment would just be to avenge their father and finally return home to where he would hope that Geharis would take up the mantle of the Lord of the Barodel, and he gets to be right there by his brother's side, and just live out the rest of his days in happy bliss, touring the countryside and saving the day and being a hero with his brother. Aside from that, I will not keep you waiting any longer. Let's pass it off to Matt.
That's me. I'm Matt, your DM. I will be playing everyone else. And my greatest dream is for everyone to enjoy this campaign, come to a great climactic ending that we're all satisfied with, and with any luck, I can go on to DM for this wonderful party for many years to come. Without any further ado, Are we ready to dive back into the Goldshine investigations?
Heck yeah.
Very well. When we last left off on the Goldshine investigations, the party found their way into the mysterious underwater dome city beneath the Bay of Mazai, off the coast of the city of Zidane, which has been abandoned seemingly. The people of Zidane fled from the coast in fear of something that they call the Soul Tide, which chased them below the waters and forced them to take shelter in the Second Age Research Lab Liberty, where the Second Age scientists, creatures that are unrecognizable to our eyes now as having once been human, research to try and be able to create sorcerers. But their research apparently didn't bear fruit, at least not here. The party has found nothing but rot and decay, radiation that poisons them, fumes that choke the very air, and a pack of magic wolves, which peruse them through the astral plane, feeding on the spells they cast. Utaka has undergone a horrific mutation that has granted their hand a brain of its own and given it a separate will that is full of kleptomania and lust for wealth. So, still Utaka, really, but Israel and Geharis managed to uncover the research notes of the facility. However, they are in an archaic form of Undercommon that they cannot read. And Ivron and Griaz have put forth to the party that at this point it would likely be better for the party to simply flee, take out the Soul Tide, whatever it may be, so that the people of Zidane may return home, as this city is not safe for them here. Automatons with a grudge against Water Genasi lurk around every corner, and this facility contains countless poisons and mad experiments that at any moment could be loosed on the refugees. With that, as you guys debate what to do on the top office penthouse floor of this factory, what would you all like to do?
I think last week we discussed we should probably get out of this area as fast as possible.
Yeah, basically what was more or less agreed on is that the party should flee, head back to the surface, find the Soul Tide, and remove it so that the refugees can go home. As the only alternative that was posited is possibly simply destroying the facility, but that would likely kill the refugees as well.
Oh, and we wanted to check out the armory / the
Yes,
communications.
Yeah, armory and communications lab.
Yeah, I think we're done on the penthouse floor, and I think Israel and Utaka were like heading out of that corner office at the time. Utaka, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if we're doing after anything.
No, that sounds about right. I think we just finished looting.
Exactly, and so we would be exiting, probably going to munitions or communications next.
So the armory is not in this facility itself. However, you may ask your guide of sorts if you wish to be taken to the communication center of this facility.
Hello. If you would be so wonderfully kind, could you escort us to the communication zone?
Of course, sir. Do you mean to be taken to the communication center of this laboratory or the communication center for the city at large?
The facility? The facility at large.
Very well. Please follow me. And the automaton begins to stomp towards the elevator. Assuming there's no objections and you all follow?
Yeah, I think... So, last session, I think I had looted a short sword, a dagger, and a pistol?
Yes.
Weird looking?
Yeah, they're not designs you recognize.
Okay. I will keep those in the bag for now until we get out of the anti-magic area.
Okay. All right, then. Following your automaton companion, at least for the time being, you are taken to the elevator, and they take you to floor 3, machinery and storage. As the elevator lowers, you find yourself in a spiraling staircase, but it's not a simple tower spiral. It's one of those like down a while and then hallway, down, hallway, and it just kind of loops around that way. And you notice that the walls are lined with various crates and boxes of various things stored within. As the automaton guides you along, you are taken through many storage rooms and halls, but eventually you come to, after going down what you estimate to be about, doing a quick head count here, about 6 rounds of stairs, you find yourself at a narrow hallway, one final set of stairs, and you find yourself at a fork in the road, so to speak. To the right, you see a vault door, but down to the left, which is where the automaton seems to be indicating, our communication center is just down that way. The facility is averaging at, and there's a moment of calculation, 10%. I'd say like 2 hours.
I'm sure he would know medically how long they have.
His
So,
math his math holds up more or less, although, as the automaton helpfully points out, that number could be greatly lessened if you panic. So, do you follow the automaton down to the left? Okay. Okay. Noted. I'll keep that in mind. Okay. The automaton guides you down the leftmost hall. You're taken down a long, narrow hallway before coming to a vault door. The automaton opening up the door. You find yourself in a somewhat large chamber, although most of it is taken up by this central tower of sorts. You don't recognize its make. It's very unusual. Massive metal bars that interlock with each other and sort of form a cross pattern all the way up, becoming narrower in a pyramid shape, that piercing into the topmost part of the room, but flattening out more towards the bottom. And at its base, you see another one of those terminals that the automaton had been typing on at the decontamination chamber, although this one is much larger and has a lot of visible other parts to it. And Utaka, as you just kind of glance around, you notice that next to a chair, this one actually does have the wheels on it that you and Israel had been looking for earlier. You notice that next to it is what appears to be something you actually recognize as a phonograph, one of those old-timey music players, for those who don't know. Beyond that, you don't see anything immediately obvious in this room. At least nothing that catches your interest as something recognizable. And you notice that in the center of this crisscross pattern of metal are several glowing blue rods jammed into a triforce of slots made for them. This room looks old, but at least at a glance, nothing in here looks obviously damaged.
Ariel's gonna walk over to the phonograph because that thing's freaking weird in her opinion. So she's gonna go look at that.
Okay. Walking over to look at the phonograph, kind of look it over. It appears to still have a record contained within. The phonograph itself looks dusty, but functional. And it kind of surprises you to see something that's actually, by your standards, modern in this otherwise very high-tech, out-of-time facility. And you notice the chair is kind of slouched up against the wall next to it, as if whoever had been sitting in it was just like leaning back and listening to whatever was on the record while probably monitoring whatever's on this terminal, presumably.
Yeah, she's gonna like dust it off and I guess investigate how the phonograph works. She's gonna leave the other stuff to the other people. She feels like this is more like her speed. The rest is like, if they blow something up, it's not gonna be my problem. And I'm definitely not qualified to look at any of that. I'm just not. So she's not going to.
Okay. We'll come back to you. So Israel, you start investigating the phonograph. What are the rest of you doing?
I mean, at this point, with everything that we've seen, Gregory isn't touching anything. He's kind of exhausted when it comes to a lot of his abilities and spells. And this looks like a whole bunch of stuff that is way above his intelligence level. So he's, if anything, he's not even really like stepping into this room, because last time he stepped into a fucking room, his spell went off on himself. So he's gonna hang back and let everybody else be a lab rat in this one.
Okay. Yeah, as you kind of hang back outside of the room while Israel goes and starts kind of dusting off the phonograph, Geharis, Sutaka, and Ivron, what are the three of you doing?
I want to pull out of my bag some like weird magic ropes that I got on that very strange metal place when we were in the Plane of Nightmares.
Okay.
And they were the cords and stuff. And like,
Are they the
like,
zip ties?
what?
Are they the zip ties? The zip
No,
Okay.
no. They were like electrical cords. Not that
Yes.
Utaka
Oh,
understands
okay.
what they
No,
are.
yeah. Just,
But
yeah,
like,
okay.
I just kind of like look quizzically between them and some of the strange stuff in this room.
Make me a investigation check.
Okay. 4.
You feel like there's some connection there. The technology looks similar, but even if you knew what any of this stuff did, you're not sure exactly how you would go about repairing it, if that is your objective.
Okay. I do remember that there was like lightning in these weird ropes.
They did give off electricity, yes.
So with the rest of the stuff that's in here, can I like go and like see if there like are there any like obvious breakages or anything?
Yeah, you can look for that. We'll come back to you in just a moment. I just want to see what the paladins are up to before we start seeing what the results of everyone's things are. So, Geharis and Ivron, what are the pair of you doing?
I look to Ivron, and then I look around the room. To the much smarter people handling things.
Everyone's just deferring to who they think is smart enough to figure this out.
And does it look like there are any panels or the like when we saw the elevator, for instance? Or are there any maps or overlays that indicate specific locations on maybe like a geographical plateau in which I could say like, oh, there are other facilities at XYZ?
Looking around, you don't see any obvious maps. However, you did recall seeing when the automaton was working the terminal earlier that if activated, these terminals do give off some kind of display. Perhaps you could find something there. It does not appear to be on at the moment, though.
Okay.
So looking around, you don't see any obvious panels or maps, but you can reasonably guesstimate that whatever information was in here was likely going to be on this machine. Now you just need to figure out how to work it.
Okay. Then I would like to assist Utaka with the wiring rope things. Given that we have seen these a few times, if Utaka has the wiring and is able to like find a breakage and repair it, I will put my sword on the breakage and not thundering spike, but actually I don't think I can use lightning. Never mind. I take that back. I was going to try and jump start it with electricity, but then realized I don't have that.
Maybe leave it to the lightning boy.
Yeah.
To the person who's
Storm Cleric should handle it.
Yeah, I was gonna say leave it to the storm cleric who everyone is like, oh, lightning.
Yeah. But I will assist.
Okay, noted. And Ivron, what are you doing?
I mean, everyone was pretty much just going to do what Gaheris is doing, looking for maps or records of, because this is a communication room, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he's going to look for records of communications and maybe try to figure out how the machines work. Maybe inquiring with 13, like, you were able to get the other ones started up? How do these machines work exactly?
Okay. In that case, Utaka, roll me investigation again, but this time you have advantage because Gaheris is assisting you. And Israel, you roll me investigation as well.
With advantage, that'll be a 17.
Okay. And what was the first roll or what was the other roll out of curiosity? Just again, so I can flavor it.
11.
Okay, thank you. And Israel, how do you do?
14.
Okay, noted. Gaheris, you and Utaka set about looking around the room. And Utaka, as you look, you are able to see that there's a kind of sliding panel beneath the terminal through which you can see wires that do admittedly somewhat resemble the ones you're carrying. They are slightly different, recognizably enough, but the core design does appear to be the same principle. You estimate that you possibly could put this together, although given that you know electricity surges through these, that could possibly be a somewhat dangerous proposition. Gaheris, you notice that in the tower itself, there is some damage to one of the crisscrossing metal rods, as if something had sliced through one of them. But because it's in that crisscross shape, it's not falling, but you can see a cut formed through one of them. And you notice that of the 3 glowing blue rods in the middle, one of them appears to be completely drained. It is a muted gray color.
Utaka, that gray one is not like the other ones that looks blue. And looking at those over there, it looks like someone took a sword and cut it.
Yeah. Fuck. He's gonna go and look at that and like pull it out and like look at the little like breaks. Are there more like weird magic ropes inside the magic ropes?
Yes, within each magic rope is a small trifecta of smaller magic ropes.
Would your magic be able to repair this?
I wonder. Actually, he will give a experimental tap on each one to see if he gets like a jolt of electricity.
As you kind of pull some a bit out of the terminal, and you do not feel any warmth or energy surging through them at the moment.
All right. Then. And the like interior, is this like a metal?
The interior is essentially a metal cube with various magic ropes interconnecting what appear to be several.
No, I mean inside the magic rope itself. Is the inside of it metal?
Not any obvious metal, but it is copper wiring.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Utaka knows a thing or two about sending electricity into metal, as Ivran and Gaharis learned very well. So he's going to take those bits of copper and like bring them together and kind of like twist them together so they connect again. Okay.
You start tying the ropes together. Gaharis, you and
I take a step back.
Paladins, the two of you watch as Utaka is essentially like YouTube tutorialing themselves to repairing a computer when the most advanced thing they have working knowledge of is a weather vane.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Gaharis can do to help, like, besides pointing out, like, oh yeah, that thing definitely was cut deliberately, and that thing is not the same. There is no understanding of why.
Yeah.
It's just... but I will cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Roll me a D100.
Oh no, Matt. Why would you do this to me? I'm outside of the room.
I know.
That is a 99.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
I don't like this.
Need to...
I don't like this at all.
Woohoo! All right, so casting your Detect Magic spell. You get a few noteworthy blips that you aren't expecting. The two rods give off the same kind of primal, like unfiltered magic that Israel got when they, that Israel and Griaz felt when they tried to detect for magic. But you also notice a few additional things. Firstly, you notice that where that cut was made in the tower's metal gives off a very slight, like exactly where the cut is, gives off a slight flicker of radiant magic. And when I say radiant magic, because I know that is not exactly a class spell, the reason I specify it that way is because, Gaharis, you know that that type of magic is only seen when a knight uses smite in a sword strike.
I think I call Ivran over at that point. Ivran, I think you should take a look at this. And I will take I think I'm still backing away from Utaka.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm lowering my voice as I, like, get farther away.
Yeah. Also, real quick, what levels? I think it's first level Detect Magic. Okay.
Yep.
It's important for... Gotta keep track. Just keeping track of stuff. Don't worry about it. And Gaharis, would you do me one last big favor?
Anything for you.
Yeah, thank you. Would you please roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Sure. Do you want me to apply my buffs?
Yeah, by all means.
Okay. So my plus 9. That is a 14 plus 9, 23?
Okay. Yep. And last thing I'm going to ask of you, roll me one final D100.
Oh gosh, okay. Okay, and then I turned into the ducat. That is a 41.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you call over Ivran, and let me just double checking what exactly is about to happen to you. 41. Okay. Okay. All right, proceed. So you call Ivran over.
Nothing changed?
Not that you know of.
Oh no! Someone's gonna be like, Gaheris, where's her tail? And I'm it's gonna be the most dramatic moment of this campaign. Iran, I took a look at seeing what type of magic was used to sever these cords. It was one of the special abilities that we can use with the radiant magic with a smite.
Oh. Well, that's good. Gaheris, are we even sure we know or we want to reactivate whatever this is? Clearly it was cut for a purpose.
That is entirely true. However, if the belief that this place was making the cult of Red Side, it may give us additional insight into who they were collaborating with. If they got this, perhaps it was to prevent anyone from tracking the higher-ups. And those responsible?
Well, I suppose you're right. So how do you think we should go about doing this? Just hit it with smite?
That is a great question. Matt, would I know if there's a way to undo, or like this lasting smite? The radiant magic is still clearly there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to negate it, or to remove or draw that radiant energy out?
Make me an intelligence check.
Oh no, Matt! Why would you do this to me?
Or actually, I'll call this Arcana since it is literally based on magic.
It won't help.
Can you
It's
get
a
it
plus
this
one
way?
regardless. I think Ivron and I should both roll because we're probably both as knowledgeable.
Okay, Avron, you roll me Arcana as well. And don't worry, Israel, we'll get to you on the gramophone.
Nat 20.
Ah,
a total of
shit, yeah,
21.
same.
Oh my god, both of you!
Yeah,
Oh my
21.
god. We are
Yeah,
so
21.
smart about smites.
Wonder Twin
Oh.
powers
You-
activated.
yeah, you
Y'all
turn to
just
each
like
other.
tapped into the one thing you both know
But,
You
about.
like,
turn and you
remember
look
that
each other
one
in the
class?
eye, and you're like, that one time.
The one time Dad told us how to undo
Got
a
it.
smite.
Okay. Harris, Ivron, both of you can think of several ways. There are, of course, spells that undo lasting magics. However, I'm not sure, I don't believe either of you yourselves possess that. However, there are alternative options. Of course, Kaharis, you and Israel recently acquired a powder that disables all magic that it touches. But if you're not willing to waste it on that, both of you do have an alternative you can think of. You recall that the party is currently being stalked via the astral plane by a pack of wolves that feed on magic. If perhaps you could lure them to the tower, they might attempt to feed on the radiant magic, possibly injure themselves in the process, and remove the magic from the tower itself as they drain it.
Griaz, would you be able to, lure, Ivron, maybe you can put this better.
I'm not entirely sure how, but you clearly know
Griaz,
what needs to be done.
could we lure the what did you call
Mage?
them? The astral wolves? Or do I not know this? Did Griaz not tell us that any of these were here?
No, Griaz did. The only one who doesn't know for sure, I think, is Utaka, but even then Utaka heard them when they went to their little pocket
Okay.
dimension.
We could lure, so this thing got hit with some radiant magical energy. I think that we could undo it if we lured one of the wolves to eat the magic.
I mean, they were chewing on a taco already. By the way, sorry, y'all seemed fine in here, so I decided to walk in the room. What y'all talking about?
I'll point at the cables.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Utaka's still just
Yeah.
ITing it.
Yeah.
Weird
those,
snake. Mhm.
Those got cut deliberately by a holy strike.
I know a mending spell.
Oh, that might come in handy.
I
but
got
it's-
lightning mushrooms too, if that's y'all are trying to do electric stuff.
Perhaps
You like look over and Utaka's like holding like wires in his mouth and like. grrr.
like 90 wires all over.
Yeah, they're
He
like
looks
getting
like
tangled
the
up in it and like.
Honestly, Utaka looks like the most feral network engineer anyone's probably ever seen.
You mean all of
I
them?
mean, this boy does not have a high intelligence. He has a high wisdom, so he's just trying to figure it out by doing.
Yep.
Intuiting, we gotta work with it.
Yeah. But one of the things was that one of the cylinders wasn't like the rest. It wasn't glowing, and the rope connecting the wires going to that one were cut. So I think if we remove the magic that's on the cut, we could fix it.
I mean, I can't spell magic, but I can mend stuff magically.
We do have some anti-magic dust as well. But it's very dangerous. If it touches Israel or maybe most of us, it will kill us.
Let's save that as Plan Z.
My thoughts exactly.
Yeah.
Can I start trying to put some sparks into these things as these guys are yammering on?
In just a moment, sure, but
Sure.
I do want to give Israel a chance as well. Israel, as you investigate the gramophone, you clear some of the dust out of it. You dust some of it off, and again, there still appears to be a record in it. And eventually, you are you willing to turn it on and see what it does?
First, I want to see, is there any writing on the record? Like, does it have any information on it that I can read?
Indeed, it does. The record does not have any writing on it per se. However, it does have a symbol on it where the title of a song would be. And Geharis or Evron, your choice. The symbol on the medallion that your father gave you. What does it look like?
Oh gosh. Let me pull up Let me pull up my character
Aren't you
sheet
wearing that medallion?
Actually, I gave that medallion to Tails to
Favorite.
analyze.
Who's investigating it for traps and spells?
Yes. But let me just pull up my good old Geharis document that is on my document. All right, there we go. So the amulet itself was a mixture of silver and gold, with swirling almost like it's mercurial. However, in the center of it was a series of 3 birds circling around 3 orbs, one larger orb and then 2 smaller orbs. The birds were all different types. There was a raven, there was a sparrow, and then there was a bird that we didn't recognize.
Okay. And Israel, that is the symbol you see in the center of the record.
And to be clear, this is the amulet that Geharis at some point wore.
Oh, yeah, you've absolutely seen Geharis.
Israel has seen that amulet once when he was lying drunk on her floor. She remembers it was pretty iconic. Geharis? Everyone? What do you want to... Come here.
Sure. What do you need?
You know that symbol, don't you? And she points down to the record.
Well, of course, of course I do. I'm sorry. Of course I do. That's the symbol that was on the amulet my father gave to us. But what is it doing here?
Question.
Vron slowly turns to the cut with the radiant magic reading off of it.
Israel's gonna try and put the little needle thing down and figure out what else you gotta do to this thing. It's got things. How do you turn it on?
Does it look
Okay.
like it needs to spin?
Yes, there's a crank to kind of get it going, and then you drop. It's one of those old ones. Where you drop the needle.
Okay. So when she figures out what the cranky does, and then she does some stuff with the needle, and she's gonna figure, yes, and then set it down and be like, and then step back and see if that did it.
Okay.
Not
Utaka,
by the Hansons?
how are you going to go about powering the terminal now that you've got the wires strung together in a way that you feel satisfied with?
Does it... God. Does it look like there is an obvious place? Like, would I be able to intuit which direction the power should be coming from, like, one side or the other?
Yeah, I'll say with you being in the head deep in this thing, easily. You can see that the wires tend to get thicker and more insulated towards the back and then trail into the ground out towards where those 3 rods are.
Okay, so I'm assuming the rods do something?
Indeed. 2 of them are glowing, 1 of them is currently grayed out.
Okay. Sliding and slinking my way. Am I, like, on the ground just, like, crawling?
Sounds like
yeah,
it.
I can see slithering, literally, like he's wiggling with all this
kind of pulling the wires, kind of trailing the wires as you go.
Across the ground.
Okay, so heading over to the rods. The ones that are illuminated, is there anything like that seems to be like putting power into them, or are they generating their own?
It appears like they're generating it. You can feel heat coming off of these things. It reminds you a lot of the energy you felt from the room of crystals.
Okay. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Okay, so I would like to, I guess, kind of curve my arm around and reach for the one that is defunct.
Okay.
And I don't exactly have like a cantrip that would work for this, but let me make an argument. Could I use a use of my like Wrath of the Storm, which lets me like hit things with lightning if they hit me? Could I just like pump a little bit of lightning into it?
Yeah, sure, I'll allow that.
Okay.
Okay. Utaka, roll me a D100.
Yeah, okay. How could this possibly go wrong? It won't. Uh, 26.
Okay. Utaka, as Israel starts curiously cranking the gramophone, you place your hands on the gray rod and pump lightning energy, enough to give a nasty shock to a person, into it, and all of you hear this sound of whirring up, and Utaka, you actually don't feel bad. You feel this like surge of energy rush through you and you kind of tingle. You do not expend a use of Wrath of the Storm.
Okay.
And as you kind of step away, your hands already kind of burning a little bit, the gray rod begins to glow blue. Sparks,
you hear him just like cackling.
Sparks begin to fly from the terminal as its screen begins to light. And Israel, from the cranking of the gramophone, a song begins to play. This very light, tinkling little music box tune. A very familiar one to the Paladins. Geharis, Ivron. The gramophone is playing the instrumental tune of a lullaby your father used to sing to you.
Is this is a long shot. Is Ivron able to look at the cut, or is the rod now?
No, the cut was in the metal that like connects the tower together. So yeah, you can approach the cut and look at it.
Okay, so yeah, so long as it's not being hindered, Ivron would study the cut, and I don't know if he'd be able to do this, but I'm trying to rationalize it. Is he able to identify whether or not his father's blade made that cut?
Make an investigation check.
That is a dirty 20.
You are reasonably confident that the barrow blade did not make this cut. The barrow blade's marks are thinner, more precise. The weapon that made this cut was much larger than the barrow blade is. However, you are equally confident that this was a Hell Knight blade that cut through this rod. A Hell Knight was here before you and seemed intent on destroying all evidence that they were here.
Well, I think the evidence is here, brother. One of our order came here to, if not dismantle it, at least hide what they were doing.
Well, brother, why do you think that?
Well, look at the symbol. Listen to the song. And even the cut seems to resemble a Hell Knight's blade and a Hell Knight's power. We are not the first Hell Knights to step through these doors. I think, and this is just my gut, we should leave as soon as we possibly can.
I don't disagree, brother, but I think if this is evidence that was covered up, we should get as much as we can before leaving. What are the lyrics to the lullaby, Matt? Yeah, that's right. That's right. I bet you didn't prepare for that question.
Oh, you think I didn't?
No, I know that you were prepared.
Here, I just got to pull it up. 1 sec.
Yep, no worries.
While that's going on, Griaz, are you doing anything?
Yeah, I think what Griaz, so he was gonna help Utaka, put everything together. But Utaka won Slink and Slither and whatever else and figured it out himself. Proud of him. Especially since they were talking about the wolves, I think what Griaz is going to do is just kind of knock down his goggles and see if a wolf is still gnawing on Utaka.
You see that as you start checking everyone in the room with your goggles, while a few are following Utaka, they are not actively biting them anymore. Instead, they appear to have changed focus. As you check around, they're just kind of running around the room in circles, seeming like going in crazy from the magical surge that Utaka just put into place. But their attention seems mostly for the moment locked on Geharis.
Okay. And does he pick up anything else while the goggles are down?
Looking around, you don't see anything else that catches your interest. However, I will say at this point, you were able to get a pretty good idea of how many wolves are following you. You see about 6 in total.
Okay.
And Geharis, Ivron, the lullaby that your father sang to you. They said that it was a story that a friend of theirs told that got passed down in the form of something of a poem that then became a song. I myself am not musically gifted, but I will tell you the lyrics. The Ace of Wands was first to strike, its sword a blade to bend. But as arms crumbled and legs did tumble, its reign came to an end. The hermit next, alone and set to speak unto the world. But his world was hewn and blood was strewn, the golden flag unfurled. Then lovers came, in darkness plagued by hungers and her cries. The king of Pentacles did say, let her be the queen of flies. The sun ran free, unseen and sneaking, pain deep in their heart. As water ran with blood within, our causes set apart. The moon then rose and bore upon the chariot and his set, but plans were sundered by mighty thunder. The tower's end beget.
You know, I've heard that song a million times, and I still don't understand it.
It sounds
quick
like the other
question.
song we've heard.
Is Pentacles a name, or are you just saying pentacles?
Pentacles,
Okay,
the tarot card.
fair enough.
Yeah, and that's what Israel.
Awesome
would
Greek
call it.
hero name as well, though.
Yeah.
It's like the other songs. It's like the artist and her ramblings. Those are all tarots.
Y'all fucking see the things lit up? I turned it on.
You did incredible.
Oh,
Thanks.
when it lit up, did anything else happen?
Not that you're able to see without true sight.
What do I see then?
You see that the wolves are focused on Gaheris, but
Harris or Evron?
Gaheris.
Harris. Okay. Okay. Then yeah, with that knowledge, I'll just kind of tap Harris and go, "Hey, you ever looking for wolves? Ain't gonna be a problem. Hey, just every now and then, just like just swat, just swat wildly around you."
All right. I'm gonna go towards where the cut was and try and move my. So they like last time. I think I drew the blade, and someone said they were like interested in the blade for a moment.
Yes.
So I'll draw the blade and hover it above the cut mark, or like where it was cut.
Okay. And how long does detect magic last?
I think it's 10 minutes as long as I maintain concentration.
Which are you?
You know, we know these things like magic, so when I hover, I will drop it.
Okay. This is interesting. I'll tell you what, Garrus, make me an animal handling check.
Oh gosh. This might be the first. No, this might be the second animal handling check I've ever made in this campaign. I think the first was with our wonderful, wonderful big gecko friend. Maybe Barry. That is a 15 plus 3 for an 18 total.
Griaz, looking through your true sight goggles, you watch as the Mangic wolves kind of creep, again, glitching and static and warping towards Gaheris. And Gaheris, you can't see what's happening, but you draw your blade, and sure enough, Griaz, you can see their eyes track it. Gaheris, you drop concentration on Detect Magic. Their interest in you fades completely and shifts to the blade. And what do you do?
I don't see this, so I think I would hover it right above where I saw that radiant magic. And I would get the blade as close to that as it is, wait a few seconds, and then sheath the blade.
Okay, and with an 18 animal.
Yeah, because I think I'm running under the presumption that they're going to get closer to the blade, and then once it's sheathed, they're going to be like, oh, look at this thing I can eat.
Okay. Utaka. Bit of a weird question, but would you do me a solid and roll me 2d8?
Oh, no.
Yeah, okay.
I know I'm asking for a lot of weird dice rolls this dungeon. Sorry.
That's okay.
That's gonna be 7 lightning damage to whoever you're hurting.
Okay. Okay. Griaz, looking through your true sight goggles, Utaka stepping back from your brilliant success of getting this terminal working. Uh, Israel continuing to crank the gramophone. Avron just listening to the song from your father. Griaz, you watch as once Griaz drops his detect magic and starts just kind of waving the blade of the Fearless around the radiant cut, the wolves start to kind of creep forward, and you see one of them kind of snap and snarl at the others before literally just warping up to where Gaheris is waving the blade and kind of like reaching out its tongue to try and lick at the blade. But as Gaheris sheaths it, it turns its attention down to the radiant cut and starts like licking at where the radiant magic is. And you watch as the tower's metal, Gaheris, you and all the others can see this too, the metal around the cut starts to kind of shift and warp chaotically. It's my turn to roll a d100.
Yay!
I haven't had to do that yet.
Matt's gonna get the one that's like, cast wish on yourself.
That's a
Is that an
79.
option? Is that something I should be rolling for? I'm kidding.
Okay, and roll a d20. That's a 15, so okay. Just a hot sec, sorry. Okay. You see that the cut where the radiant damage is begins to kind of warp and shift chaotically before you all watch as it retracts. The cut now about 6 inches wide. And at this point, all of you see this like kind of staticky outline of the Mangic Wolf begin to form before, as it runs its tongue along the metal, it finally, still with warping and glitchy static, begins to take on a material form as it has absorbed enough magic from you guys over the course of this dungeon to take a solid form. And it gives a staticky, glitchy howl as static saliva drills from its maw, and it warps and shifts, and you can see its body gets like stuck in the metal and twitches before coming back out, and it rolls its head, and Gaheris turns to you with staticky drool and gleaming magic blue eyes. This is the closest look you've gotten at the Mangic Wolves from the Plane of Nightmare. A predator from the astral plane that feeds on magical energy, typically gravitating towards area where a lot of spellcasting happened. You see that this creature almost resembles a gnoll, and it's like a wolf but with a humanoid physique. But its fur is this kind of like magical bluish pinkish color, almost like candy, but it's constantly warping and filthy, and holes of static constantly appear as it constantly moves. It's never sitting still, but it just keeps its head locked on you as its body kind of shifts and warps around separately from it.
And from our time in Nightmare, were these subservient to Nightmare to a degree? Or
They
were
weren't servant
these
to
visitors?
anyone.
Okay.
They weren't servant to anyone. From what you were told, forgetting my own character's names, Jesus.
Yeah, and second question to
Joshua
follow
Scott
up.
Sr. Joshua Scott Sr. had lured them into Nightmare from the astral plane so that he could then get them into the material plane from
Right.
the portal in Nightmare he was opening.
And people that used too much magic and died turned into these, right?
Yes,
Or maybe
basically
not died, just they got to a specific degree of lack of magic energy in them.
When these things gravitate into an area, they can bite people through the astral plane, which will then infect them with a special form of lycanthropy that turns them into these things. Spell casting makes the infection worse.
Okay. Then seeing this creature manifest, does it look hostile? Or does it look like it's like, thanks, guys. I'm full. For now.
Make an insight check.
Sure. You know what? I'll use a chat advantage for that.
Okay.
Well, glad I did, because the first roll was a 2. Second roll's a nat 20. For a total of 23.
It doesn't look hostile, but it doesn't necessarily look friendly either. It seems like it's more neutral to you and is trying to gauge whether you're hostile to it or not. It seems a little nervous being in a new plane of existence and surrounded by potentially hostile predators, but it does seem like it's sated its hunger now that it has absorbed enough magic to leave the astral plane.
Do we know if these things speak any language? Or understand a language?
You are not sure. There was not much of a chance to research them.
In which case, I will speak out. Hello there. Thank you for your help with the wire. If you mean us no harm will come to you.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Gaheris. These are my friends.
Friends.
Yes. Do you have a name?
I look like I want to murder this thing.
Israel's not a huge fan of this. She's gonna stay near the gramophone. That terminal, it turned on, right?
Yes.
Its screen is on.
Yes.
She's just gonna scoot over that way.
Do you want to use the wheelie chair?
No, she's just gonna sidestep very carefully, and it's like, you know what? I'm gonna let him play with the weird dog creature.
Boys and their dogs.
Exactly, like a man and his dog. Tisk.
All right, Israel, you start to approach the terminal. Griaz and Ivron, what are the two of you doing?
Give him a dang distance. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think if... Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, go ahead, Eric. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I was going to say, if Israel's going to check out the terminal, that seems a good distraction from this literal fiend of nightmares that has been brought to the material plane. What fun!
All right, and Ivron, what are you doing?
I was going to say Ivron's right there next to his brother, ready to assist his brother if they need to take this creature out.
All right. Israel, Griaz, the two of you approach the terminal. The paladins monitor the Mangic Wolf. Utaka, you just stare at the creature with murder in your eyes. Gaheris, the creature, again, constantly warping and shifting, and it seems like it affects its speech patterns as its voice kind of constantly fluctuates and flips around on itself, but it attempts to communicate with you as best it can. Name, aim, Forgoth.
Forgot? Oh. Forgot or Forgoth?
Forgoth.
Was that one of the names on the desks as we were walking in that we read?
Make a history check.
Sure. I'll roll history check. 16 plus 2, 19. No, 18. 18.
You do not recognize that name, but I will say, since you rolled decently high, I'll throw you a bone and say that it does sound like that might not necessarily be its name. It's trying to say that it forgot what its name was, but again, it can't properly speak. It appears to understand and speak common, but in this wild, constantly glitching way.
It is... we've encountered others like you in the past. You used to be like us.
None. Human.
Do you wish to be turned back to what you were?
way back.
Put it out of its fucking misery.
There's no guarantee that we can't save them. Especially
Want
if
to be
someone...
saved?
We're not gonna fucking how are we gonna transport this thing out of here?
I think this thing could move itself.
Transport. It warps to the other side of the room. Transport. Back to where it's near Gaheris and Ivron.
I don't think that would be a problem, but if it is something or someone that needs our help, and they were trapped here, they may remember something that they can't currently if we help them.
That's a
What are the
long
other
shot.
rogues doing?
It's a fucking long shot.
Griaz pulling down your goggles and looking at the wolf. You can see that its 5 comrades are surrounding it and just kind of looking at it curiously, like a dog observing its reflection and not able to ascertain why it doesn't smell like a dog anymore.
As far as I want to say this. So this thing's now in the material plane.
Yes.
And True Sight allows you to see the essence of whatever, essentially the soul of whatever. Does it take the same
Oh yes,
form?
and it you said, and yeah, if I recall True Sight, because I keep True Sight up because of your goggles now,
Yes,
it reveals the true form of shape changers, correct?
It does, yeah.
Okay, so looking at the wolf that is now in the waking world, you see that it takes on a form similar to the humans you saw in the paintings. Recognizably human, and it seems to identify itself as such, but its physique is different, which you imagine isn't completely due to the mutation. Its body is scrambled, staticky, and glitchy, but its human biology, distinct from the wolf, is distinctive.
All right. I mean, Harris ain't totally wrong. This thing still has enough of what it used to be. This isn't what it's supposed to look like, that's what I'm saying.
Well, we ain't got some fucking cure ready to fix that. We can stop people from turning into them, but we don't have a fucking way back. And what are you gonna do? Drag it all the way back to the city?
All I'm saying is we have to try. There are things bigger than us going on that we don't understand. And if we take the easy route of blowing up a city, sinking a city, stabbing someone because we think they're evil, we're never going to get any closer to what we need to know. We're just going to limit down the number of enemies that come at us straightforwardly. We need information on what to do to get an edge. If, Utaka, if you turned into something like this, wouldn't you want to be helped if you could?
Well, I fucking didn't, did I?
I looked at Ivron.
Forgot. Sorry. Would you like to come with us?
It kind of, again, looks around a bit wildly, but after kind of licking its chops and, again, more staticky, glitching drool, warps down to the ground. Yes.
Is the robot still there?
Yes, the automaton is kind of observing the creature curiously. It doesn't seem to know quite what to make of it.
All right. Hey, Jarvis, can you assess this situation and perhaps any solutions you can provide?
I will need time to observe and come to a conclusion, if you're willing to give me time.
Yeah, how much time do you need?
Just a few minutes of cursory examination. I am not built with medical examination in mind, but I can at least give a cursory conclusion based on our findings.
Oh, okay. Hey, forgot. Meet your new best friend, Robot. Spend some time while the adults are going to talk.
The creature, again, kind of its head warps around before kind of slowly crawling its way towards the automaton, who kind of crouches down to look at it and kind of delicately pats its head. And the two just kind of curiously examine each other, two forgotten relics of a bygone age that have just found each other.
Yeah, nothing else. That's not something you see every day. Anyway, so okay, whatever that thing was is going to be apparently wants to come with us. Didn't really say whether we want to stay like that or not, but let's thoughts, opinions. Utaka wants to murder it. Harris wants to save it. Avron.
Gonna have to go with my brother on this one.
Save it. Israel.
Israel's looking at the terminal for the moment and was distracted.
Abstention. Noted. Okay.
She just sort of like grunts and she's like looking at the screen. But more realistically, when she does look over and she's like, whatever they want. She doesn't have the brain power to contest this at the moment.
Super specific and helpful. All right. I mean, all right. Here's the thing. The other ones are still around. So if we bring that fella with us, we're bringing all the other ones too. And we're going to have a small pack of them just following us.
Do you
And they eat magic.
Do you think they're following
Cheaper
it,
ones.
or do you think they're just following it now? Because
I'll
there's...
pop down the goggles and take another look and see if they have like wandered off and are doing their own thing, or if they're still just like circled around their friend.
At this point, they are curiously examining the automaton, although their interest in it quickly fades. And at this point, their attention has been lost both from their comrade and the automaton and shifts back to the Gaheris's sheathed blade. Although at this point, their gaze is far less hostile and far more interested, like a dog who just saw another member of the pack get a treat and wants to get one too. Just kind of curiously sniffing at Gaheris's belt.
Well, I wish they wouldn't lick literally everything, but actually, I stand corrected. Harris, they are just fascinated. That little thing get on your head.
That makes sense. It is a very powerful item. But I think, again, we should help when we can. We can't win every battle and we can't fight every battle, but you and I know what it's like to be treated as a monster. And
sure, it's why I haven't slipped things through up to this point. I can see where you're coming from. I just don't see where you're going. What do you want to do with this? Do you want to get our teleporting omniscient friend from the GSIA to come on in and take it back? I mean, because he should have been here by now, right?
Speaking of that, Matt, the symbol that was on the desk or near the gramophone?
It's on the record.
Oh,
That played an instrumental of the lullaby.
So it wasn't an indentation or anything.
No, it's basically just like you know how like records have that central.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something that I had to like press the locket into and be like, oh well, I gave that away. But what do I know about treating werewolf bites, if anything?
Make a medicine check, and I'll give you advantage because you guys technically helped treat this exact form of lycanthropy just a few months ago.
All right. Medicine. What is my medicine? It's +3. That is a 22.
All right. You know that Tails and Utaka together were easily able to treat this form of lycanthropy, at least in its minor,
Nascent.
not fully progressed, in its base form, so to speak. But you know that lycanthropy in general can be treated via the use of Wolfsbane, as well as some more esoteric means, such as bloodletting through the scalp. And you've also heard at least stories, although you've not seen this yourself be done, that family of the werewolves can treat them through nothing but words, but that means they have to not be attacked immediately. The Hell Knights in particular, when they encountered werewolves, the cure they usually used was bloodletting through the hands, as they believe that through enough blood work, you could purge the infection from them, which did normally work, but was incredibly painful and often took several days.
So I couldn't just pray. I'm kidding.
No.
Okay. Well, we could try Wolfsbane or bloodletting.
Why don't you fucking ask me how it worked? I was the one helping them.
How did it work?
Okay, I regurgitate how it worked.
Yeah. Utaga, you spent weeks manufacturing cures on and off. You know, like the back of your hand, how to treat this form of lycanthropy.
But we didn't do anything with them when they're already like this. Those ones were lost.
What I'm hearing is you're too scared to try.
Why don't
Israel?
we refocus, please? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was about to shift to you, don't worry. Israel and Griaz, if you still want to take a look at the terminal as well.
Yeah, I'm going to step away from these very mean words. There's no reason to be this mean to each other.
Yeah.
Griaz, you return to Israel. Israel, Griaz. And I'll say all of you can see this, just Israel's the one working it. I'm not going to mince words all that much, but depersonalize yourself with your real life relationship with computers for a moment. You see a somewhat unusual looking UI emerge. Everything is a little more text-based than what a modern computer would typically be associated with. However, there are a few images still to work with. Everything has this kind of grainy red overlay and the visage of an eye emblazoned up in the top corner. And looking around, the most immediate things you can see are various folders containing just documents, which are, you can see one folder is research logs, one is communication logs, and one is personal notes.
Cool. I'm gonna first try like tapping on the screen, the things I want to touch, and if that works.
As you
Saying that we could all see this, are they written in common or are they written in the ancient language?
Research notes and communication notes are written in that archaic undercommon, but personal notes is written in common.
Yeah, I'll click on the one that's in common, and I'm tapping on it.
You kind of tap, 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 and nothing appears to happen.
I look at the rest of the machine.
Yeah. You can see stretching out in front of you is a very primitive looking, what again in real life you would think of as a keyboard. Basically imagine a keyboard, but if instead of being like, you know, one of the ones that just fits on your desk, it's like one of those huge NASA ones.
They have to fit the whole Dwarven Orcish alphabet. You know, you got to get the Halfling alphabet in there.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It started on Elvish.
And it takes you a little bit of tinkering. Make me an investigation check.
Woo!
See how well you can figure out how to work this thing.
Exactly. Let's look at this. See how it goes.
I wouldn't hit that button that says shift. I think that's going to turn me into something.
So that's going to be
also enter. We don't want to enter anything.
But we might want to return though.
21.
Okay. Israel, it takes you a little bit of doing, given that you're working with a completely unfamiliar machine and a keyboard whose lettering you can't read, but you eventually do, kind after some experimental tip tapping,
Yeah.
start
Tippy tapping.
you start to kind of chicken peck your way towards progress.
Hit control. That'll give us control over the machine. We can tell it what to do.
I don't think that's how it works. She's just figuring out how to do what she was trying to do, which was open the thing that she can read, which is notes.
Yeah, which, well, again, it takes you a few minutes of experimentation, but you are able to access it.
Exactly. A few times I've turned the taskbar sideways.
Mm-hmm.
You know, flipped
Liz
the
is just
desktop a
fervently
few
hunting for the
times.
front button. There's a back button. Why is there not a front button?
Griaz, you just prowl the keyboard looking for the front button.
Escape. That's what I want to do. I want to escape.
Escape.
Don't do that. Don't touch anything. All right, so I can open the notes.
Yeah, heading inside of personal notes, you see a screen of various documents. Each one does not have a title, rather it has a date. And the most recent one you can see dates back to what appears to be about 2 months ago. And they go back a very long way. However, I'll say with that investigation you rolled, you do notice something. Many of these research notes date back to the Second Age, and they go into the earliest parts of the Third Age before rapidly tapering off, presumably as the research staff died. But you notice that after almost like easily a 400, 500 year gap in any log in this folder, you see notes begin to reappear again about 15 years prior to this date.
Cool. First,
So
I want to go to the first one.
The very first one?
First one.
Okay. You open the first one and a text file appears, but almost all of it is written in that unfamiliar undercommon dialect. However, Griaz, again, you can make an attempt to try and discern it to some degree if you wish.
Question.
Answer.
We're out of the facility that had all the weird magic dust in the air?
Yes, that is downstairs.
Okay. Israel's gonna look at that weird text for the last time and go, you know what? I think it's time. And she's going to use comprehend languages. She's tired of not being able to read.
Fair.
Roll me a D100. Jaw opens and he's holding the tome like, what? We could have done this whole time? Close the book, put it in its pack.
What am I even here for? All right, roll me a D100.
All right. Let's see how this goes, everyone.
Powerful of warlock spells. I'm literate.
Exactly. I am literate, god damn it. As long as I stare hard enough at it.
This would have come in handy when I had to read my contract.
Yeah, 24.
Okay. Israel, you cast comprehend languages successfully and do not expend a spell slot.
How long does that last? That lasts an hour.
Hey, all right.
Got a whole hour of this, baby. Good times. All right.
Israel, you begin to read. The first text file speaks of Liberty's founding. Constructed in the year 1892 of the Second Age, Liberty was built as a facility to study potentially granting magic to mortals who were not born with it.
So, Israel is saying this aloud. There's occasionally stumbling for some of the bigger words because this is clearly a scientific research.
Yeah, this is all written in
She's
Shakespearean speak by your standards.
She's gonna do the best kid in grade school sounding out some words here, but she's gonna be reading what she can read off the screen.
Yeah.
So that everybody hears what Matt's saying.
Yeah, so just so it's not like a verbatim, like going through the day-to-day of this researcher, because there's a lot of fluff and irrelevant stuff in here. But long ago, the world was not the multi-continent land that you know it as today. It was one massive one. But because of that, all species and empires had to live in one shared space that they constantly fought over. There was the Volusians, a powerful city-state of mages and illusionists. The Atlanteans, a race of colorful warriors who raided and pillaged everything they saw. Sylvestria, a powerful empire run by a dictator who was seemingly unstoppable, immortal, so the legends say. The creators of this facility were at a staunch disadvantage. They did not have the Atlanteans' training, they did not have the Volusians' natural magical gifts, and they did not have the Sylvestrians' sheer military loyalty to their god king. But one thing they did have was people who were willing to give up anything to preserve the empire. Several of these facilities were built. Liberty is only one, but in the ocean, where even the Atlanteans could not go, they constructed these facilities where people would be taken and be experimented on. Some people were lucky enough to be born with magic, but not all. And those who had it were at a huge advantage that they needed. So, studies began. Do you just continue to read through the documents in order?
So we know research began. She's going to skip ahead to the last of the active logs of that first time period. So the second age researchers.
Okay.
Skipping to the last of theirs. And
Okay.
maybe like the last, 5 or so entries.
Okay. Skipping to the last 5 entries of the second age research. By this point, it is recorded as the early ninth decade of the third age, and the experiments had been showing no progress. These people they captured, every single subject when injected with this substance died. But they found that women were more able to bear the magical weight. Men would simply be overwhelmed and killed instantly. So they began to abduct young women and subject them to these experiments. And whenever their bodies began to fail, they trapped them in special tanks that would keep them company, keep them calm, and preserve their bodies in hopes that the scientists could study them. However, by this point, the second age has passed. The calamity, that is the only name they give the event. The calamity struck. The world was divided, and they lost contact with their home. They were trapped down here. The city's technology allowed them to survive, but they did not have the capacity to build a society down here. It was just scientists and their test subjects. There's not the grounds for a Garden of Eden there. They scrambled desperately in hopes that maybe magic had the answer. They couldn't leave the facility. All of their submarines were destroyed. They were buried, forgotten, and the world was changing and moving on without them. The last of the test subjects died, and the scientist signs his last log with a simple note that he hopes that this research dies with him.
Cool. So then I skip ahead to the new stuff, and we're going to read the first few entries of those.
I finally figured out how to get it all working. It's complicated. Magic and technology united as one, something that we don't see in this age. But it took me time, but I figured it out. I think given time, this could be the answer to what we've been looking for. Things cannot continue the way they are. The world as it is unsustainable. But he may not understand. Truly, I don't think anyone else will. But what they believe doesn't matter. The world they'll get is all that matters. Peace at any cost. 2 years later, I started finding more test subjects. Unfortunately, I'm not any more qualified to get their research working than they were. They're alive in those tanks, but I can't reason with them. I can't get them to explain to me what I'm doing wrong. There's something I'm missing. I just need to find it. The one thing I've noticed in this facility is a sheer lack of bodies. For all the people that died down here, not so long ago in the grand scheme of things, where are the bodies? I've searched this facility up and down and I can't find them. Three years later, I think I'm starting to understand. The bodies are the answer. You can't give magic where there is none. Magic does not come from nothing. It has to come from somewhere. Magic for magic, blood for blood. I suppose it's fitting. The gnomish population of this land may just be what I need. Luckily, my beliefs are starting to attract followers. I think I'm starting to figure it out, but we need to test it. The northern swamps will be where we test it first. It worked. It finally worked. Everything you died for, brother. It's all coming together. Magic creates magic. Trading magic. It's alchemy at its core. That's all it is. But what the Second Age researchers forgot was they needed bodies. They weren't willing to do what it takes, but I am. I'm willing to do what you weren't. I will sacrifice anything to create the world we need. War is coming. The Bluefield Alliance has formed. The common empires refuse to work together. They've summoned my people for aid, but we can't answer to everyone. We can't save everyone. More research, more time. Years pass. The war is getting worse, and I'm getting no closer to an answer. Every body I sacrifice gives me one person. I need to minimize loss. Children of Red Sight. I don't care what happens to these people. They're selfish, evil. They deserve what happens to them. The best I can do is minimize casualties. The tests are becoming successful. Almost every time now we're able to successfully grant abilities. Unfortunately, reliable test subjects are few and far between. Once they get their powers, they're content to leave. They don't care about what I want, but truthfully, I don't care about what they want either. When my sons come to this land, and they will, they'll purge this evil from the land and leave only what I desire behind. Villanova, although it's not what she prefers to go by now. She calls me the Tower. Says that The wheel promises me only destruction and ruin. But that leaves a vulnerability, doesn't it? If I'm something even the wheel can't stop. If I can bend magic and people to my will, who's to say I can't bend gods? This land is godless, evil. The halflings. I'll start with the halflings. I've done it. 13 followers, an alliance of 5 gods, all obeying me and me alone. But the wheel says we need pieces for the puzzle to fall into place. Villanova's my only outlet, and I can't understand half of their goddamn rambling half the time. But I think I'm piecing it together. My children will come first. Gaheris and Ivron. One of the water goddess's followers. A follower of the swamp spirits. And one of the Spriggan's closest friends. We'll need more than that, but it's a good start. We will give the wheel form. The test was a success. The wheel has been granted a mortal form. We've released it back into the world. Even they don't know who they are. I'll remind them when the time is right. The pieces need to fall into place first. For the time being, I will stay by their side and wait. Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency. How fitting. 2 eyes watching over the land. An eye of gold and an eye of red. Mirror images of one another. In truth, I only took on the Red Sight moniker because of the images I found around here. But I suppose it makes sense. Perhaps it's some sort of residual memory from the experimentation to bring her to life. There's still a scar on their chest, but beyond that, they blend. They just need to blend long enough. And then the final log, which takes place about 2 months ago. Everything has come together. The pieces are all in play. The priest is ready to be released. The priestess, the devil, the Hierophant, everyone's here. Everyone's exactly where they need to be. My sons are starting to ask questions. And I think they're getting too close to the answer for my liking. This facility can't stand any longer. The results of our experiment in the south have chased the people of Zydan away. With time, they'll flee down here once they realize that there's shelter. I'll destroy what's important. Burn everything. Destroy what I can't. I just need more time. The war will end soon. The priest will be released. And the wheel will awaken. The gods and spirits have their pieces exactly where they want them to be. The wheel says that everything is going according to plan, and the wheel sees everything. There's only one loose thread dangling. Villanova needs to die. I don't know how much they've told them and how much they even understood, but I can't risk them getting a coherent message out of the artist. I can't. I'll destroy everything here, destroy them. Then all that's left is my sons. I think I can still get them on my side. They carved the vows. They know what we stand for. This is worth it. Every loss, every drop of blood spilled is worth it to purge the evil from this land. That is the oath we took together. Destroy evil at its roots and at any cost. This will be my final message. Signed, the Tower.
Yeah, Israel just sits back and she's just gonna stare blankly at the screen.
Was she reading this out loud or like?
Yes!
Oh!
Out loud. There were
Okay.
times where there are significant pauses and she struggles, but she goes through, she trucks on through, and her voice gets deader and deader and deader as she goes along. This just monotone delivery of horror.
Yeah, give
then
me
she
a
just sits
minute.
there
Can we
and
take a
stares.
break? I need to take a break to process. That was a lot.
We're gonna take a break.
Out.
Like, everyone.
We'll be back.
My dad
guys.
is alive and a baddie.
Are we the baddies?
Yeah, are we the baddies?
The prophecy comes forth!
We should have seen this coming from day one.
Well,
That we would be the baddies.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, I guess the question is now: has Ivron seen Mistra's chest?
That was my first question, but so we will be back in, let's say, 5 minutes. 8 minutes. 8 minutes is a good
Very
number.
personal question. I mean, they're dating, so maybe.
Maybe. I mean, but Ivron's a gentleman. He's like, not until the
Okay.
54 first dates. Not until we're engaged.
Because you thought of it, Graham, I will throw you guys a bone. Israel, one of the first interactions you remember having with Mistra is her showing you that because she was a veteran, she has the scar of a spear on her chest.
That is true.
Oh God.
Like, Israel heard this, and as she's saying it, she realized,
So
it's
what you're saying
Mistra.
is us always saying Meester jokingly is the villain when we weren't off.
If your theory is correct, Mistra is not the villain intentionally. She is the wheel
like
given a physical body that the
is the
actions of the
weapon.
cult will
Oh gosh.
awaken.
All right, we'll be back in 8 minutes, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Get some water.
We
Get
need some
snacks. I'm gonna
time.
cry probably. I don't know. This is a lot. We'll be back soon. Hello, I'm back, as well as all these lovely faces. We missed you. I hope you got some snacks. I hope you got some water. I hope you stretched a little bit. But Matt, feel free to bring us back in.
I'd be more than happy to. As Israel reaches the end of the personal documentation of this Hell Knight who found this facility before you, who worked down here for decades, researching, sacrificing, creating the enemies you've been picking off one by one, all in the name of fulfilling this grand prophecy that the wheel foretells. That now that they have achieved mortal form, they will be reawakened and create the Hell Knight's ideal world. As all of you just stop and try to recover, the only sounds being the occasional pants from Forgoth and the automaton kind of curiously beeping over them. What would you all like to do?
I think Geharris listening to this, his tail kind of like unwinds from how it usually wraps around his waist and is flicking erratically. That fin-like tail just both ways. I think his plated gauntleted hand is like slipped to the hilt of his blade and is like grasping and ungrasping at the pommel and the handle. And his expression is flat and not showing a lot of emotion at the moment. But, like, I think at this point, everyone that's traveled with Geharris knows Geharris' poker face, because we've all played poker together. Along, like, the traces of his lips, there are these, like, subtle curves of, like, bouncing between, like, relief, then anger, then frustration, then curiosity, and is a lot of emotion in a little bit of time. But he doesn't say anything.
When Israel moves again, it doesn't seem like she's starting up, but with almost like that sort of deadened energy, she just starts clicking on the other folders that she can read now because she can comprehend language and understands what they are.
Okay.
And she's just like, well, we're here and we're going down. Click, click.
Down
click.
the rabbit hole. The remaining three, what are you guys doing?
What's Ivran doing? What's Ivran's reaction? Oh, yeah, that's all good. Okay. I think looking then at Geharris and in his kind of silent taking in of this, Riz is just going to go over and just poke a finger into his chest and go, "Your fucking dad messed up my swamp." It's okay. Sometimes families really suck ass.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. We'll just bring him into a hug. Oh, I'm sorry too. It's got real suck.
Taco's gonna kind of all of his angry bluster from arguing with Geharris earlier has long faded over the course of that. And I think in the meantime, he's kind of shifted over closer to Ivran, is kind of like leaning against the wall next to him, like keeping an eye on him.
Like, hey, you okay, man?
I would say that Ivran, for his part anyways, still has his stoic bearing and seems relatively unfazed. But his eyes are thoughtful, and after a while he I don't know. He looks again at the cut. Now you said elves wields a halberd or a spear.
It was
like that?
yeah, it was a halberd, a double-ended halberd.
And is that what made the cut? Would you say, or would Ibron say?
Make an investigation check.
That's my investigation. No. That is a 16.
The Devourer, as he called his blade, that certainly would have been capable of making a cut like this. And you can almost fathom it in your mind, listening to the lullaby your father would sing one final time before destroying everything in this facility in hopes of preserving its secrecy, in hopes of creating the Hell Knight's world.
Well, is this truly our destiny? To be pawns in someone else's game? And he says this almost like upwards, as though he were talking to somebody else. But he does say it out loud.
You still, waiting for an answer?
I don't think so anymore. I don't
Yeah.
think I care to know what my destiny truly is.
I mean, I don't think you'd be a pawn.
But-
I think you'd probably be a knight, and you got to move in a weird L shape. Zig and zag, you know?
And we're all on the same fucking page. That's Mistra, right? Do I just need to say it out loud?
As
Yeah. We've been saying that for like a fucking year.
as they're doing this, you just hear the clicky typey tippy tappy as Israel like clicks through multiple articles now, not saying anything out loud, but just like scanning that. Just
You're just a little girl from Jurassic Park at this point.
What? So we know he's not Tails. Then who has he been pretending to be?
Wait, do you mean you think your dad's been personally interacting with us?
I mean, perhaps not, but
oh, Seely. So you said your dad was gay. That means you might have two dads. You
Geharris
didn't know
already
about
has.
one of them.
Geharris already knows that he had two dads because Geharris was adopted from his other family by his dad.
I'm saying that Joran L and your dad
Might
We're
not have
together.
just been friends.
and
Maybe
he thought
we're-
of himself as your father too, except you all never knew about it. So I think, but that's OC. Just don't mind me. I'm having
It's just
a
me and
moment
my
here.
dads. All three of them. You got night dad, farmer dad.
Harrison's
I mean-
three dads.
Yeah, could be a sitcom, really.
So you think he's under some fucking, like, magic? Like, pretending to be someone?
I don't know. And I'm gonna grab the gramophone and throw it. Just up against a wall, just smash it.
The automaton looks up in surprise, and the Menjic wolf kind of jolts and statics as the gramophone breaks and the record shatters. Israel. The remaining 2 folders that you've not looked through are experiment logs and communication logs. Which one would you like to check?
She's gonna start with I guess the experimentation logs.
Okay. With your comprehend languages, you're now able to read all this properly. As you open up the folder, you find that there are several that are just numbers. But even though it does at least catch your interest, and again, there's easily hundreds of years worth of experiments in that department, you look for the same dates that the other files indicated. And at that point, they're no longer registered as numbers. They're given names.
Do they look familiar to me?
Indeed, they do.
I'm pretty sure they do. It's our case files, bitch. Great.
Well, not exactly. You see Ace of Wands, Hermit, Lovers, Sun, Moon, Hanged Man, Justice.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking into those.
All right, which one would you like to open first?
Ace of Wands.
Ace of Wands. Real name, Louis Tenniel. Species, human. My number of followers has started to grow, but with any group of people, there's always vocal minorities. Was never able to stand it back at the Barodel, and I can't stand it now. Lewis is a cretin. He's selfish, pitiful, and driven by selfish envy. But a selfish drive is drive nonetheless, and that's something I can use. The first of our gnome subjects was sacrificed to him, and the experiment was a success. He has the ability to warp the perceptions of all those around him with nothing but his voice, even his handwriting. We tested it first on the automatons, managed to convince them that we're a team of researchers that came here hundreds of years ago. It worked. Even days later, they still believed it. This power is impressive. If this is what I can do now, I can't imagine what I can do later. There's potential, but first I need to get rid of him. He's a danger to himself and all of us, even to me. There's a girl that he's fond of. We can use that. Convince him that his powers will give her some kind of affection for him, and that'll keep him compliant for now. When my sons arrive, Tenniel will be the first to go. I hope they kill him.
Ha ha, Dad, you lose. Everyone made friends with him. Okay. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, so she closes that with all due aplomb and opens the Hermit. It's like, okay then, alrighty.
Hermit. The Hermit. Real name, N/A. If I can give these powers to people, but I take them from objects, the Southern Swamp will be my next target. I want to see what happens if I try to give all of that magic to an object. So far, the experimentation has gone well. The statue's alive. It thinks, it moves. And whenever its pieces are broken, they can move independently. But it commands loyalty, and that's something I can't afford. The wheel's mortal form is not in danger. It's powerful, and the wheel will take care of it. But I need to make sure that the pieces fall into place exactly as I need them to. A puzzle does not complete itself. It must be completed by its maker. The hermit will be my tool for this. I'll place it in where I expect the pieces to arrive, and with any luck, that'll start bringing the puzzle together.
Clicky closed, clicky lovers.
Okay, it works on objects. It works on people. Does it work on someone who's not expecting it? A party of adventurers are traveling to the Church of Ninkalim to the north. And they've already agreed to join our alliance if we promise them a piece of the pie when all is said and done. Our agents managed to grant powers to a woman there, the only survivor of the party. She attracts creatures to her wherever she goes. But she's not loyal to us, and I doubt she'll be convinced. And if she asked us to remove her curse, I think she sees it as, I don't think we would. I don't even think I can. We'll leave her down there for now. She'll find her own way out, and we'll wait. Plagues tend to go noticed pretty quickly. She'll attract attention all on her own. There's nothing that traces her back to me. Nothing to be worried about. A pawn.
Clicky closed, clicky open, the sun.
My brother and I always shared a fascination for animals. So I can't help but wonder now if an animal could receive the very selfsame gifts I'm giving to people. I gave it to a chameleon that I found in my travels. It grew in size, grew in intelligence, and its camouflage was enhanced in some way. But its intelligence is burdening it. It feels pain, it feels sorrow, loneliness, boredom. I don't think we can contain it, not forever. And I have enough on my hands trying to corral these idiots and freaks without trying to keep a pet under control as well. I'll release it in the northern forests, and with any luck, it'll stay invisible until my work is done.
This asshole sat here and burdened a poor, unburdened chameleon with sentience and emotions, and then just left it in a forest. We do not stand. Clicky closed, clicky open. We're opening the moon file now.
Give me a second. I actually have to pull up the relevant text file for this one. Oopsie poopsie. The moon. Real name. And you can see that there's like some visible kind of like effect on it that's like that's making it difficult to read, but after a minute you're able to parse out arpeggio.
Clip art.
She considers, like, after she discerns arpeggio, just like clicking out of this one, going to the next one.
Do you want to?
She's like, I know what this guy is. And you know what? Yeah, she's gonna do that. She's gonna be like, fuck that guy. I know about that guy. I killed that guy. He's not relevant.
Whatever his motivations were, not important.
Not important to me.
Let's just make sure there isn't like an asterisk also immortal on that one real quick.
No,
let's
go
read
back
through
to it at the end, but she's like, yeah, for now, screw you.
He's right behind you is all it says.
Anyway, yeah, she skips to justice.
Okay. Justice. Again, I have this all written down. I just need to parse through it. It's a lot. Okay. Judgment. Real name, Kenny Caldwell. The tests are getting more reliable. With every gnome, I can create a new powerful follower. And the organization that I've started to set the pieces up is doing its job. Unfortunately, his sister was a casualty. They didn't control themselves. It was unnecessary, cruel even. But with loss comes loyalty. He returned to me without her and said that if it meant destroying the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency, he would do whatever I asked of him, no matter what. His power of generating cold remains, although, frankly, I would have been happier with his sister's ability to generate heat. He has his uses, but it's hard to hide him. I'll keep him in our northern facility until I'm certain that he's useful in some way. At the very least, I know his loyalty is assured. Perhaps there's hope for him to become one of my more trusted advisors. He's come up with ways to hide his powers, and his loyalty is without question. If he gets to avenge his sister, he'll do anything to tear down the people that killed her.
And let's move on to the Hanged Man.
The Hangman. Real name, Joshua Scott Sr. Until Villanova began to ramble, I never much believed in concepts of fate and destiny. My creed forbids it. The idea that fate is outside of anyone's hands but ours is hard to picture for me. But I'm beginning to understand that idea now, even more so with my most recent test subject. Joshua Scott Sr. He's been researching these facilities for his entire life and believes that I and my people are the next incarnation of it. There's not a hint of merit in that, but fear is something that can be used. Fear is ideal. And with his new abilities I've granted him, he understands that now too. He can invoke the greatest fears of all who stand before him. And he shares my dream of a world afraid. A universal fear state that spans the world. Another member of this godforsaken cult I can count on. He will be instrumental in the destruction of Veilbright.
Yeah, cool. So we clicky that closed, and we're gonna go back to the moon now.
You just gotta read his last.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love this party.
Sometimes you're being petty, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, you just sometimes you just gotta. Give me just a second here. A lot of documents here. Apologies.
You should feel proud that we still hate him a year later.
Oh, I deeply am. With more members comes more to hate. The evil in this world is thick and cloying. Take our latest test subject. He knows what we're going to do to him. Knows how much pain these experiments put everyone involved through. Knows what he's going to give up. That a life will be surrendered. And he cares not. He tells me endlessly about a woman in Veilbright that he fancies. That, despite his amazing talent with music, never loved him in return. And that's all it took. That's all it takes for evil to fester, apparently. I'm disappointed. His powers, however, are useful. With his voice, he can physically control the elements around him. Apparently, even the technology in this facility. He won't tell me his true name. I suspect he's embarrassed of it. He says that as long as he's a member of this organization, he will go by arpeggio. Fitting, I suppose. In music, the arpeggio is considered the crescendo, the climax. With any luck, his will be unceremonious and unremarkable. He will tear down the walls of Veilbright, and his use to me will end. If he comes back, perhaps I will consider him a potential advisor, but for now, he is simply a selfish and useless boy playing at being a man.
So that's cool. So, like, they've given these people nicknames. Israel now has people's nicknames. This guy's Ass Hat Supreme, but Dumb Bitch Senior is Joshua Scott Senior. So I just wanted to share that with all of you.
Yeah, I appreciate
That's
it.
their real code names.
I mean, really, he should have been called Staccato because he survived for 2 rounds of combat.
Bam. Anyway, so that's all the experiment logs in here that are relevant to our interests. Correct.
Indeed, that's all the ones that are listed in, like, beyond just number of experiment hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, and we don't care about those. We know those are all real sad, real upsetting.
Yeah,
upsetting spaghetti.
Yeah, little girls died. It sucks.
Exactly, it's bad, but it also happened thousands of years ago. Can't really do anything about them now. I am not a cleric. That's a job for somebody else.
And he said the statue could control its pieces after shattered, right?
Yes.
We
Yes.
shattered it, right?
No.
You shattered it and then shattered the individual pieces afterwards,
Yes.
which were then dusted up into a bag.
Okay.
Yes.
So theoretically,
Because I
could still be
discovered during
alive,
that
just-
battle that, yeah, I discovered during the battle that we can't just break it apart. We have to break it apart and then break it apart.
Gosh, that was like episode 2. It's so long
Yeah.
ago.
No, that was
Yeah.
session 0.
Oh,
Yes, like that was how we all got together,
that's right.
everybody, how the puzzle began to be solved. Hello. All right. So yeah, so she closes that folder and now she goes to the communications folder.
Once again, you see the same run of communications from a long time ago. You do notice, however, they are also addressed to different facilities that all go by various symbolic names similar to Liberty. However, what catches your interest is, again, around a few decades ago, the communication logs resume, and this time they are directed not to another facility, but to the surface, specifically to the city of Cable, which is to the north of Mazai in the wasteland that was once the Northern Marsh. The communications are about a month interspersed with each other and have been taking place on and off for several years. But if you wish to flick through them.
Yes, and further, in some of the older communications, was Dr. mentioned at all?
Not in the files you found here. And looking through, you don't, at least not right away, don't see her mentioned, but you can flick through communications and see if anything pops up.
Yeah, so after these, I guess, more recent ones in Cable, it's definitely going to be sifting to see if there's any mention of Buckler beyond that.
Okay. So flicking through some of the older ones just to be certain, and you see no mention of a Dr. Buckler, you instead focus on the ongoing communications. The first appears to simply be a test to ensure that the communication works properly, but from that point on, things become a little more interesting. The plan begins to come together. I have everything I need, everyone I want. Keep the recruits out of it. They don't need to know, or frankly want to know, what we're doing. I entrust each of you a small force to assist you in your work. Those who I can trust to lead, anyway. My advisors, I entreat you to lead this charge directly. I cannot risk doing it myself or give myself away. I'll be leading the battle against you, but remember that we are on the same side. Keep that in mind when you decide who you target and how. If my son should be harmed by any of you, no matter what abilities I have given you, no matter who has died to do so, I will see to it that you are the next to die. While I would prefer the others not be hurt, some sacrifices must be made, especially in your own defense. Points of order. This takes place a little bit after that initial communication. For our points of order, from this point forward, we're using code names. We cannot risk our identities being found out. And you've all gotten the messages you need. So act accordingly. Perception, we will be sending down south to the capital, Terminus. Perception, you will begin to blackmail the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency. Distract them, but do not give away your allegiance. We will tell you more if you succeed, but that is all you need to know for the time being. Stealth, you and Performance will make your way to Salemo. Stay there and provide reinforcements as needed. If anything should happen to our operators in the east, then wait for further orders. Intimidation and Performance, the two of you will be instrumental to the destruction of Veilbright, but you must strike separately. It cannot be obvious that we are working together. Performance will ensure the walls fall and the defenses are lowered. Once the militaries of both factions are crippled, Intimidation will strike to finish them off. With any luck, that can be our final strike. The rest of you, wait in cable for further orders. Another message. This one, the last one, the one that went out 2 months ago before this facility was destroyed. I've never felt such a combination of anger and pride in my life. Performance destroyed almost instantaneously, and Intimidation not long after. The pieces are strong, they're charming, and it was a relief to see my sons again. And the rest of them are charming and well-meaning. Perhaps things can be arranged to organize a more kind destiny for them. But if it comes down to it, I will not give up peace in the world for anyone or anything. This will be the last communication coming from this facility. Cable will be our final headquarters. Trust no one else and go nowhere else unless ordered. Performance is dead, as is Intimidation. Not yet, but soon. I have managed to trap them in Nightmare for the time being, so we must take this opportunity to move our forces. Stealth, move down to the Bogwin Sultanate. Keep them cut off from providing reinforcements to the Emelian Empire. We cannot risk the Common uniting together. Religion, I need you to track down Sleight of Hand. He's disappeared into the west. He's abandoned our cause. I want him dead or captured. Insight, I want you on this task as soon as Religion is done. You know that Religion tends to move erratically. Arcana and History, wait in the Kipling jungle. If the pieces are moving through, slow them down. Survival and Nature will be there to reinforce you soon. Our forces are scattered, but they're waiting for orders. All the commanders who remain, gather your forces, but keep them in hiding. Wait for the signal. You know what to wait for. I'll see if I can't send another task force to retrieve medicine from the north. And that should be all the pieces accounted for. I have one final use for perception, but he will be dead soon after. Good luck, and I wish you all the best. Investigation out.
Well, did you read that one out loud?
No, and now she's gonna go combing through, or figuring out if she can comb through for any mention of Dr. Butler, like anywhere amidst all of this nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
But she's just quietly tippy tapping on the machine with her little pigeon finger motions. Doop, 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 doop. Me and my new little buddy. Buttons.
And you do not see any mention of Dr. Buckler, or at the very least not an obvious one. But again, by this point they're using code names, so perhaps that any of these could be Buckler potentially. Although I will say, to make things a little less confusing, you did see it mentioned earlier that Tenniel convinced the robots here that they were researchers, so it's possible that's where they got Dr. Buckler from. Given that Dr. Buckler has a ship, perhaps she was transporting them here via diving bell, and then and that was her purpose.
Could be. Very valid. So if I'm done with that, I'm just gonna sort of like push myself away from the little console and then look to everybody else.
See Utaka's still kind of just like hovering and watching everyone.
Harris is just standing over the broken gramophone.
Yeah, she's gonna get up. So, who has all those papers?
I think they're in the bag of holding.
Right.
Here they are. I'll just pull out the papers from the bag of holding.
Yeah, and she just pats on the shoulder a bit, and then she's gonna take that and go back to the desk, and she's gonna start spreading it out.
Maybe we should get out of here.
We should come up with a plan, I think, to go somewhere with all this information.
Well, speaking of that, IG-88, any word on our new werewolf friend?
From the appearance of things, this appears to be a lycanthropy infection mixed with some sort of... You can see them actually kind of struggling to decide on a word for it, but eventually they settle on taint of wild magic. It could possibly be removed, although I'm not sure how traditional lycanthropy treatment would affect someone so closely tied to wild magic in the fold.
How
What if we treat both at once?
I can fucking try, but I can't. It has been a long fucking day.
Sure has.
We gotta figure out how to get this thing out of here if you ever want to help it.
Well, we have the giant dragon. We could leave in that.
Cool. Do we just like tie a rope around its neck and drag it? Would that even work?
I think it can teleport a little bit.
Yeah, you think it's gonna like teleport out of the dragon and into the water or anything? You think it has like control over that?
I think so. I mean, it deliberately teleported when you brought up movement last time, and it can speak. So I don't think there's a reason why it wouldn't be able to, at least to a small degree.
Okay.
All right.
Israel's just gonna collect the papers back up. She's gonna shove them in the bag, and she's gonna start moving to the dog, and say whatever it said its name was or what it responded to, like Fogeth.
You guys have been calling it Forgoth.
Forgoth. say, hey, Forgoth. And sort of like in that attentive way that you speak to dogs.
Mhm.
She's spoken to dogs before, and she's
Mhm.
going to generally treat this one this way. And she's going to go out the door, and she's going to expect everyone to just follow her at this point in a sort of daze. And she just sort of beckons, like, come on,
Make an animal handling check.
we're going to go. That's
And you have inspiration on this.
Woo! We love inspo. That's D6, right?
That's just you roll with advantage.
Yeah, you
roll
roll.
with
Yeah, you roll with
advantage,
advantage.
right? Okay. Woo! Animal handling is. It's a. Let's see. Oh. Advantage. That would help. Okay. All right. That is plus dirty 20.
Forgoth kind of again warps and statically watches you, but as soon as you start heading out the door, it kind of pop heads after you.
You're muted there, Fair.
So who the fuck do we trust after we get out of here?
Details
other?
for now. Let's get to the surface first.
Are we on our way out?
I think we should. We only have a few hours left of oxygen in this place, and we have a lot of refugees to move.
Okay.
No.
Excuse me, I'm gonna take a minute, and he's gonna start like pulling a hood over and like pulling gloves on and just generally hiding his form.
Okay.
Grizz, what were you saying?
I was gonna say, if we don't want to have to take that dragon, save it for refugees and whatnot, if y'all can wait just like half an hour, I can let us all breathe water. Or I can just use water walk and we can shoot right to the surface. I think it's 60 feet per second. It's also significant, but I don't want y'all get the bends or whatnot.
Alright, well, Buttons. I'm looking
Is
at
that
the
gonna be your-
robot.
Yeah.
Chat wanted it to be named Buttons.
The automaton kind of tilts its head. Is that my new designation?
I suppose, yes.
Very well, sir.
All, can you send out a call for all suitable, functioning automatons to join the refugees? We will need to begin to evacuate this facility until
Very well.
conditions have improved.
Very well. Although communications will need to be restored for that to be possible.
I motion to the active terminal now.
The automaton kind of looks it up and down and gestures to the 6-inch hole still in the metal rods. While the local functionality has been restored, we will not be able to send outgoing signals until this is repaired.
We're gonna come back and repair that after evacuation. After, researching what's going on here, it's a danger to the people still in here.
Understood. I shall inform them manually and they will pass the message along, if you are willing to give us time to do so.
That is entirely fine. We have about 6 hours. Any critical items to this facility's success and to the preservation of life, please prioritize those if you can carry or bring any of that with you all.
Shall the facility be powered down, sir, for the evacuation?
Only after everyone has left.
Understood.
Also, please ensure that some of the automatons can get to some early repairs on the dragon
Understood.
Thank you.
The automaton starts to stomp off after Israel to go about accomplishing the various orders it has been given.
I'll wait until Ivron heads out. I think I'm probably just staring at the terminal at that point.
And the gleaming red eye just stares right back at you.
Ivron would leave, I guess, if there's nothing else about this room.
Okay. Griaz?
Yeah, I think he's just. I mean, there's nothing left that he has to do. Like I said, if there's enough time for a short rest, he'll utilize that, but otherwise he's good to go whenever.
Okay. And Utaka?
Okay, what kind of check would it be for me to figure out if I could, while people are, getting up and going, if I could slink back and, see if one of those very powerful magical rods could be dislodged and, shoved in a bag of holding?
I would call that a stealth check to sneak away from them.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, fine. Whatever. Okay, what... 25.
That, I believe, far outweighs everyone's passive. So, Utaka, you start gussing yourself up to cover up your skin, and as you're doing so, Israel, Forgoth, the automaton, Avron, Gaharis, and finally Griaz all leave. And you giving them a minute, you slink under the metal rods, and the trifecta of mana rods sits before you. Just for fun, do you want to remove the one that you had lightning bolted, or just any of them?
Yeah, we'll do that one. We've got a history. I feel like...
yeah, there's something there.
Yeah.
Roll me a d100.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Could say there was a spark between you.
Love it. Okay. That is gonna be a. It's kind of nice. It's a 69.
And roll me a d20.
Okay. 16.
Okay. Nice.
Very nice.
Nice. Okay. Utaka, you grab the glowing blue rod, and with a little bit of effort, you manage to tear it free from the socket. But you can immediately feel yourself starting to get sick.
Oh.
But you shove that into a bag of holding. You tighten it. You have the rod in your bag of holding now, but you do feel horribly sick. Until I say otherwise, from this point forward, anytime you make an ability check, you have to subtract a d4 from the result.
Okay. Sounds good.
You got radiation poisoning?
Yes. So to put into
Genius.
perspective, over the course of the last 3 hours, Utaka opened up a room covered in nuclear waste, left, came back, walked into that room, passed out, came back out, and then grabbed uranium crystals with their bare hands, and then grabbed a uranium, plutonium rod with their bare hands, basically.
That makes absolute sense. This is absolutely makes sense.
You're lucky that Utaka's arm just grew consciousness and Utaka didn't grow 2 more arms himself.
Yeah, that is actually what some of these D100 rolls are for, to see what mutations you guys get from radiation poisoning.
I don't know what I have yet.
Is that all Utaka's doing is grabbing that?
Utaka?
Is there anything else small and portable in this room that could be shoved into a bag as he stands up and leaves?
Make an investigation check.
Well, there are the shards of that gramophone.
I was going to point that out as well. Yeah.
Like-
Okay. Okay, so that is going to be a 15.
In terms of small and portable, you do not see anything beyond the pieces of the gramophone. However, you do see that while the record did shatter, the central piece that shows the Barodel symbol of Geharis and Ivron's father did actually remain mostly intact. So you could probably sell that for a decent amount.
What the fuck would I sell that for?
It's a pretty emblem hanging on your wall.
I will, however, take it.
Yeah. All right. And feeling horribly nauseous and itchy, you pocket the piece of the gramophone record and start hobbling your way back to catch up with the group.
Yeah, I would say it's about this time that Griaz, it like dawns on him, like, I should really make sure that the boy's with us. Because he's been running off and doing some damn shit. So I think it's like Griaz will just lean in and go, "You coming?"
Yeah, I was just checking something. I'm right here. See?
You don't look very good.
You can't
I
even
mean that in
see
a nice
me.
way.
I've got like a fucking cloth on my face.
Oh.
Is this just because I'm blue? Do you like still have a problem with that?
Wow, okay. I never had a problem. It's just confusing, okay?
We're not even the same shade. It was never confusing.
I'm just saying, one of you had horns, the other one didn't, and that was easy enough for me. We're not doing this right now.
No, we're not.
Logistical question out of character. Has Utaka just irradiated everything inside the bag of holding?
Basically, yes.
I think we have 3 because Griaz has one. We have a lot of bags of holding.
Yeah, you just hold like that. I do love the idea of like, man, how do we tell which bag of holding is Izutaka? Wait, I know. Just starts holding a Geiger counter over them and just.
This one makes me
this
feel
one.
hot and vomity.
Okay. The bag itself wouldn't, just the contents. It's in a demi-plane. It's in a pocket dimension.
An extra dimensional space that is just like
That is now very
Yeah,
radioactive.
that's not very irradiated.
You just
If we did dump the anti-magic dust, we'd probably just collapse the demi-plane and make the whole thing bark.
That
up
is
itself.
true.
you just made like a pocket dimension of Chernobyl. You put
I
like
was
an
just about to
elephant's
say the
foot.
same thing.
Oh, no.
We have Chernobyl in one of our bags of holding.
I mean,
You're
I'm
ready to
sure
kill
the stuff in
anybody? We'll
Utaka's
just toss
bag
them.
are mostly just knickknacks that Utaka pocketed. Right?
Don't need to
That
kill
is,
anybody, we'll
in
just
fact,
toss them
most
in
of
the
it.
bag.
There's some edible stuff in there, though. Do you want some irradiated candy?
No.
I just imagine like someone in a hazmat suit has to get into the bag of holding and like hose everything down.
Utaka going through the streets of Veilbright handing out irradiated candy. People are like, this tastes like burning!
The Soviet thing you could do.
I'll be sure to give the first piece to my baby that's about to be born.
Oh, okay. So anyways, we're moving back towards the hangar.
Yeah. So are you just getting ready to leave the facility at this point?
Yeah, I mean, with the robots making repairs, I think I'd like to stop Ivron away out of earshot of people.
Okay. So
Once we get there, things start moving.
okay. So just a moment then. In that case, you guys return up the many flights of stairs to get down here. Enter the elevator. Heading back down to the first floor. The door opens, and you begin making your way out. Past the now sealed room where Utaka poisoned themselves the first and second time. And you start making your way past the cells where the machines have moved to a new and final part of the song. The poem that they've been reciting since you guys entered. The hanged man who ruled with fear bore proudly his new crown. But monsters came without his bade and brought the man's head down. Justice was the next to fall, our walls did turn to ash, but praise his work, for the world it shook beneath judgment's foul lash. The tower tall will bring the fall, no more the wheel shall chime. The deck is stacked, the hands are played, and lo comes the end of time.
Before we... Okay, so hearing that, before I even have this conversation with Ivron, I'd like to move towards one of the robots that has the little girls in it. And approach it. It's me again. Hello.
Hi, mister!
If you could write an ending to your song, what ending would you put?
That is the ending, mister.
Does it have to be?
There's a silence, and the mechanical voice speaks out now. It is all we know. It is all that has ever been sung. The doctors would sing it.
Well, perhaps it's time for new songs.
What ending would you write?
I don't think it's within my authority to dictate how other people finish their songs. But
I'll be sure to write a real good song, mister.
I know you will. I can't wait to hear it. But
Promise you'll come back to hear me sing?
of course. In fact, I think we're actually all leaving. To go somewhere else where you can sing to far more people.
Is it okay for me to leave? They said I wasn't supposed to.
I looked to the robot, like... Because their priority was to keep them alive, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so they would know that the oxygen levels are failing and that the evacuation has been prompted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you'll be able to go. Your robot companion will be with you.
Do you hear that, Papa? We get to leave together! Of course. And the machine kind of clicks and clatters and starts to whir to life. And where are we going?
Well, we don't know for certain yet, but it'll be warmer. Well, actually, it'll be colder, because it's probably warmer under the sea. But I'm sure it will be somewhere nice.
I've always wanted to see flowers.
Is there any room within the robot to, like... Is there any room inside of it where it can bring external things into its internal compartment?
You're not sure. You haven't even seen what the internals of this thing look like yet.
Yeah. So I guess I will pull out one of the sunflower seeds that I have left. And I will offer it in a hand. And I don't know if it grows magically or if I have to plant it. I think I have to plant it, right?
You have to plant it for it to
I don't
grow.
have any dirt on me, so never mind. But I'll hand it over and I'll say to the robot, if they want to see flowers, this one will grow if you just plant it.
Very well.
And
Come, daughter. We shall plant flowers on the surface. Yay!
and then I'll catch up to everyone.
All right. Ivron, overhearing your brother talking to the machine and the children within, you wait for a hot sec, and at this point, Israel, Griaz, and Utaka are getting a little bit ahead. So, Garrus and Ivron, you have some relative privacy as the robots prepare to leave along with their daughters.
It was very well done, brother.
What can I say? No one deserves to die down here blinded to the world.
Quite agree.
What do you make of...
Well, I can't quite say. I believed that our father was dead.
As did I.
In fact, I still believe it. I don't believe whoever is on the other side of that glowing box was truly our father. Not to mention, I do believe that Lord Jorinels was here before. That cut in the metal,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's quite reminiscent of his blade.
So, you believe that Lord Joran Els is behind this?
Perhaps. I have no concrete evidence, and I'm not much of the investigator.
I don't agree with that. If anything, you're the leader of investigators.
Elected. But I digress. The fact of the matter is we have quite a bit of information, but still not all of the answers. I think what we need to do now is, well, figure out what we're going to do next. What do you think we should do?
I'm going to look at Ivron for a moment. I don't know if you want me to make an insight check, but is Ivron putting up a brave face? At Ivron's core, even the potential belief that our father may be flawed, is Ivron putting on a brave face and keeping work at the forefront to not address?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say Harrison would be able to read right through that. You don't even need to make an insight check.
So,
But yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to put a hand on your shoulder and look you in the eye. Ivron. It's okay. Even if our father did this, it doesn't change that he loved us. It doesn't change that we have done great things and saved lives and used the lessons he taught us to do good. But if our father is truly behind everything and is the sole reason for so many people suffering, what do we do? What will you do?
I don't know. I think for the first time in my life, I do not know what I would do. And I am not wavered on the fact that our father loved us. What breaks all of this, is that we were nothing more than pawns. If this is truly the work of our father, we didn't even know him. The man we idolized sacrificed hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent lives. Is it truly stopping evil if you are committing evil?
I don't know. I think in the pursuit of greatness, you can fail to do good. And I think that there are times when there's no clear path forward, and no matter which road you choose, it is littered with the corpses of others. Of friends, of family. We don't know what battle is being fought above our heads. That deities and gods and archfey and the like are involved. But I don't believe anyone who would refer to those they care about as pawns is even remotely filled with remorse for their actions. That the lives and the fates and fortunes of others that they have callously thrown away were nothing but dots and scores on a game board we can't play with. And that, to me, is what evil is. If you need to make a hard decision, you remember the names of those you sacrificed along the way. You remember what it cost to put you on a throne, and you remember every drop of blood that waters the fields or the rivers or the roads that you had to use to pave them to a better tomorrow. I'm gonna give you a hug.
Yep, bro hug.
As you both share a brotherly embrace, the machines and their adopted daughters begin wheeling out of the cells at last. Two survivors from decades of casualties, completely oblivious to why what happened to them happened or what it was all for. Feeling nothing but joy for the simple pleasure of a flower, the sun, wind. They'll never get to see it for real or feel it again, but they'll believe it. As you all make your way towards the exit of the facility, past the cargo crates, the lifts, out the doors, finally, as you cross the threshold, able to breathe in fully for the first time in hours. Your breath was running thin, your heads were swimming. For the first time, whether it's the information you got, the conversations you've had, or just the fact that you're now in a properly oxidized environment, you feel like you can breathe and see clearly for the first time. But I suppose for some, the truth may have been worse than any theories you could have come up with on your own. The automaton sets off alone to pass word on to evacuate the city and then shut down the facility. The young girls, the survivors, in their life support tanks, continue to follow you, Garrus. The girls humming and singing to each other, the machines kind of mechanically trying to maintain the tune. They don't sing the lyrics any further, but at this point you know the song. You've always known it, even if it was only in pieces.
Yes, but it was not the song. Is she dead? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's not a happier song, let me know. It's a song about.
It's not a song about, your father betraying you in the end of the world.
Correct. It is about a Fey woman getting murdered for saying no, but it was a nice song.
Okay. Harris, as your breath becomes fuller and your head begins to clear, you begin to sing. And the little girls try their best to keep up with you. As you guys head back out into the City of Liberty, away from the facility and all of its secrets, what would you all like to do?
I slink back towards Ivron. Well, there's all that singing happening up there.
You doing all right, Utaka?
Yeah, great. Skin's changing colors, passed out, a lot of pain. Things are looking up though. I think the air's a little better out here.
Indeed. Indeed. I'm glad that we made it out of there alive. I think you had us worried. Although we couldn't find you, of course.
I mean, you know
Did
me, I was
everything
gonna be
go
fine.
well?
Like, I'm always fine in the end, right? But, like,
Yeah, sure.
are you okay?
I will be all right.
Okay, so you're not okay. Like, it's good that you're admitting that, because you don't, like, show it.
Yes, well, it is best not to, when put in a position of leadership, show one's emotions.
Why? Who are you
think-
leading right now?
Well, I'm supposed to be leading you all, but
I
I
mean,
think we've come
really
to that.
Are we really in the Goldshine investigations? Like, is that a thing we're, like, bought into?
I'm not quite sure anymore. But they have been helpful, whether they know it or not.
Yeah, but, like, for a moment, just like a moment, can you not try and be a leader?
I tried that. About a week ago, remember, we were at the tavern.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you for taking an interest in my state. But I'll be all right. I think.
Yeah. In my experience, thinking you're gonna be okay and actually gonna be okay are not necessarily the same thing. Especially when, like, shit's really fucked up and you're like, ah, shit, if I just do all this stuff, then I don't have to think about the fucked up shit. But the fucked up shit's, like, still there. And so, like, when you're trying to sleep at night and it's just, like, the sky or a ceiling, that's when the fucked up shit finds you. So, like, there's stuff to do right now, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, when the fucked up shit finds you, because it will, why don't you come find me? Okay?
Perhaps I will. And he places his hand lovingly yet somewhat awkwardly on Utaka's shoulder. Thank you.
Taka's like, yeah. Like, you don't see much of him, you just see eyes, because he's covered in cloth.
Yeah.
Okay. Israel, Griaz, what are the two of you doing?
Israel, recognizing the new tune Garrus is trying to rally the girls into, has gone over to join them and harmonize as they sing, because
All right.
you know what, that seems fun.
All right. Israel, you joined the impromptu traveling song. Griaz?
Yeah, since we're probably not taking that short rest while walking, he'll just pull out his banjo and play along then.
All right. Israel and Gaharis and the squeaky, awkward voices of the young girls, covered by the sound of Griaz's banjo, begins to penetrate the otherwise quiet city as Utaka and Ivran share a lovely moment. It takes a bit of walking, but you do eventually arrive at the edge of Liberty, where you know the refugees to be in the area. There's also, of course, the dock where you can exit the city if you so wish. The wolf, the only one of your new companions besides the young girls that has stuck around, kind of looks around curiously, seemingly having not wandered into this part of Liberty before, or at the very least not in the waking world, and kind of sniffs around curiously, occasionally warping and glitching over to different things.
Or Goblin 1. That's right, they were named 1 through 200.
2000.
2000.
And to be fair, you don't know if the other ones are named that way. You just know that the leader was one.
Yeah, number 1.
Yeah.
It's like Kids Next Door.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Number 1. It takes a couple minutes, but Goblin 1 does emerge from the maintenance tunnel. And kind of scratching the back of their head. You can see their face is covered in like grease and mechanical injuries. And just, yeah, what's up?
We're evacuating the city. Oxygen reserves are too low. We're taking all the refugees with us and powering down the facility for now. We're taking all the automatons with us so that we can power this back up and provide oxygen for you and your people to return here.
What about the Soul Tide?
The Soul Tide was...
The thing that made the people of Zydan flee down here to begin with.
We're going to escort you all to the city. I think we have more important things to address, but we can all discuss that collaboratively. Can you get 5 of your officer team to meet us, and we will discuss the next steps? Just
Sure
it is
thing.
unsafe to be here.
Roger. Should I pass word on to the refugees?
Yes, please. On top of that, the automatons are going to help with repairs, and they shall be bringing up any of the critical items from this facility to transport.
Understood. We're probably not going to be able to get it all done in one trip.
I was accounting for that. We have about 6 hours.
All right. And at his whistle, several other goblins begin to march out of the maintenance tunnel and just like, all right, you all get to the refugees. We're leaving the city. The Goldshine investigations are going to clear the path, take out the Soul Tide, and clear the city. And then Liberty can be left to us. And the goblins kind of give a cheer, and the remainder run back into the maintenance tunnel to start making preparations.
And we know what's in the city, right? It referenced 2 agents, right?
Yeah, it mentioned that there are Children of Redside agents in the city, supposedly.
Yeah. Before he says Goldshine investigation, I'm going to hold up a hand and just be like, we don't have a name, but I think it's in the best interest for all involved to not use that name right now.
Right.
After our investigation, I think that it will put a target on all of you if you have any association with the Goldshine investigation at the moment. So, as such, call us Fates Forsworn or something. I don't know. Come up with a better name. I don't care what you call us.
Got it. The Golden Boys are gonna clear the Soul Tide. Let's start getting the dragon ready to move, people. And he runs down the maintenance tunnel to assist his crew as half of the officers head out to inform the refugees of that they are about to leave.
Israel dryly. Yeah, let's go, Golden Boys.
I didn't vote for that.
She pats it. It's like, I know. It's just.
I was on the spot. I couldn't think of anything. I'm so sorry. We could change it.
Laughing at this point.
Griaz, we could
Could've
call
just
ourselves.
Picked another color.
We could be called the Buggy Boys.
Hey, that's my name.
That's Taka's name. I don't know. I mean,
I was thinking like the Bug Zapper.
Well, that's more of
well,
a
we
one
could keep the
person-
gold, and Utaka's kind of wet. We could be like Golden Showers or something. I mean, nobody's calling themselves that.
What if we call ourselves the Cog?
I like it. Like in a wheel.
Because we're the cog in the wheel. Yeah, you fucking get me?
Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say Israel ain't got one of those, so I didn't think that was fair. But now with a G,
Oh.
I'm hearing it now.
What, like,
It's
did you
just
think
like
we all
whacking
collectively
there.
have
It's just
what,
wrong.
Griaz?
No, I'm just saying, like we all were representative of. I mean, we could get
I mean, I don't
for a
think
rooster.
I don't think that represents me.
Okay.
What about
God.
if we're called, Yvonne, maybe you have a better name. What about, the Gang?
No.
I still think we should stick with colors. Like nothing rhymes with orange.
All right. Orange.
Yellow fever.
Orange.
Don't do that. That's Blake.
So, what if we pick a color and pick an item?
Okay. All right.
You know what we should be called? And she waits. The Sunshine Gang. She just loses it again.
What?
What about family?
The family.
What, like,
oh, that sounds.
The family? Like, we're like,
Well, I was just going to say family, not like the family, like a crime family, just
yeah, those
family.
Oh,
Because, I mean, to be honest, we really adopt most people we come in contact with.
Yeah, but I think that
Anyways.
makes it sound like a cult. Like, oh, look who's here to save the day.
That's
Family.
That's fair.
I thought he was like trying to say something like really like kind of like sweet, like, oh, we're all family.
Yeah, but we can't let them do that.
Yeah, no.
That's right. Oh man. We'll brainstorm it when we've all slept
I
and
am
breathed
very
air and had food.
I've forgotten what food tastes like.
She's like, honestly, me too. Like, I've forgotten a lot. Feels like we've been down here forever. It's only been a day.
Well, we have 6 hours. Is there anything left we should do?
Why do you keep saying we have 6 hours? I thought that was like in the facility, and we're not in the facility.
Well, they're going to shut
And
off
we can
the-
breathe out here.
Can we? Or is this just the residual that has, like, the most oxygen?
Well, to be fair, you don't know, but
Yeah.
you do know you can breathe better out here.
I will ask an automaton. Because they did confirm that nothing down here creates oxygen.
To be fair, they said nothing in the facility creates oxygen.
Okay. I was led to believe that this was also part of, technically, the facility.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
'Cause it's all one interconnected thing.
This is all technically a laboratory, but it's not the, like, all of this is just where the researchers and test subjects would live, and then they would be transported to the factory to be experimented on.
Yeah.
And
So I guess I would get confirmation of, is there oxygen that can be created in this room? And if not, we still need to evacuate.
Yeah, so on asking one of the patrolling automatons, they give a salute, and oxygen levels are at an optimal high within the confines of the City of Liberty.
Can the City of Liberty produce its own oxygen?
We have many gardens that are capable of producing oxygen.
Oh, so people don't need to evacuate.
Get here.
Yes?
I said that because I was asking if we were gonna like,
I don't think we're going to do that.
okay, well that's why I asked earlier if we should evacuate. Now you're going.
Well, it's been a very confusing day, Utaka. It's not every day that you find out your dad might have, raised you to be a pawn in some big game that you don't understand.
Yeah, well at least you fucking have a dad.
Boys,
I
I
give
don't think
Utaka a hug.
either of that
Just
is
boom.
relevant to the current discussion. But it does mean that our goblin friends can come right back down here as long as they don't go in that place. Right? Right?
Yes, I mean, I suppose that no one needs to leave then if Liberty can produce its own oxygen, and as long as that's boarded up.
I thought we wanted to destroy all this stuff. That's why I was asking.
It would be nice, but at this point, maybe not viable.
I mean, it'll be powered down at the least.
Put it on the to-do list. We'll get around to it.
Okay, so let's get everyone out of here and power this place down. And then we come back and deal with it after we deal with all the other shit.
Agreed. Everyone agree?
Okay.
Everyone's
he's having, like-
crossing his arms, not even paying attention to this conversation. Like,
He's like-
thinking about all the things they have to do now. He's like, I don't give a shit what her name is.
Everyone's sitting there going, are Pegasi insects? They have 6 limbs, technically. Are dragons insects? They have a carapace.
No. Even I suppose first I need to figure out our centaurs insects.
Where is the centaur's stomach? Are there 2 of them? How many parts?
Honestly, though.
Yeah, for
The
real.
information that
Asking the real
eludes you
question.
all.
Does a centaur have 2 rib cages? It would have to. What's in the second rib cage?
See, I
Which
imagine
one
it's
is
more
the
like a
second rib
centipede.
cage?
And it's like a centipede on the inside.
Yeah,
Nothing
so,
gets the party to just talk like trauma.
Yeah, oof.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm going to rest for a little bit, since we have some time.
Yeah, just set something up here, and she just motions to the space around them. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk briefly, and then I'll be back here. And she just points at all of them, like, don't
Don't leave.
go wandering off.
Yeah, I'll just unfurl sleeping bag.
And she's gonna spread the word of, okay, we misunderstood. It's just don't go in the facility. Close down the facility. Don't let anybody into the laboratory portion at all, ever, if possible, except when we come back. And then just give the thumbs up, and she's like, I'm gonna go sleep now. Bye.
All right. You pass word to the goblins to update them on the situation. So current orders are that nobody needs to evacuate right now, but the facility is cordoned off for good
Yeah,
until
in which
it is
case the
shut down.
refugees also don't need to leave, because wasn't that the plan, was the refugees
Yeah.
were just going to live with the goblins because they all want to live in peace?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well,
in which
yeah,
case none of them need to leave.
because they want to go back to Zidane, but they can't because of the Soul Tide. So
Are they sure they want to go back, though? Like, this is a pretty cool place. It is air conditioning.
It doesn't have full like agricultural supports. Like they were talking, like we still need some more food down here. So like,
yeah, the goblins have been having to scavenge for food and water.
Ideally, they will eventually be able to go back to Zidane, and then the goblins can live down here, and they can both be chill with each other.
All right, so kill the dragon plan is still in a go.
Yes.
And get the money.
Yes,
Use the money to buy
precisely.
goods.
Precisely.
To feed the goblins.
You know.
Okay.
But
right, Harris is just, I'm not even gonna take off my armor. I'm just gonna like at this point, Harris is like something tragic is going to happen in the next half hour. If I take this armor off, I can't put it back on. Just plonk.
Okay.
If Ron will, as others are doing this, go and search for everyone's stuff because. They have our stuff.
Okay.
Like the water skins.
Mm-hmm. All right. Griaz, Israel, Utaka, anything special from the three of you, or just going down for rest?
Rest.
Is this gonna be a long rest? Okay, so we're finding like a hotel room to just chill in.
Yeah, we're like breaking into whatever nearby empty
I'm gonna be like,
rooms there are.
You know what? No, like I found a building for this. No one's there really, and there's like a lot of bedrooms.
Cool.
Let's go there.
Yeah, and as soon as there is a big enough bed, Gahara's probably face plants into it. Israel is right beside him, other side, and just rolls over asleep. They are dead to the world.
All right, you guys return to the hotel that Utaka pilfered with Griaz. Gaharis and Israel take one room. Griaz, Utaka, Gaharis, Israel. You settle in for the most blissful, dreamless sleep you can conjure. Ivron, it takes you a little bit of back and forth and busy work, but you are able to secure the party's belongings. While the water skins have been drained and about half the rations have already been eaten, everything is returned to you beyond that.
I'd say that I'd just let them keep the rations since they are kind of struggling for food, and we had quite a bit of it. So.
Okay. All right, in that case, you return to the party with their water skins and your ring.
Hooray. I put it back on.
Probably stay awake until he got back.
Okay.
I will wake up early, and I have something I intend to do, but...
Okay. You all get a long rest. You all level up. And I think that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Can I do my thing right before we end the session? Because it's going to lead into my level up choice.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah, perfect. Sure, go ahead.
Sure. So at some point, Garrus wakes up once everyone's asleep.
Are you doing this in the night or just early before everyone else starts getting up? Okay,
So it's like a 30-minute thing, I think. And Garrus gets up, rolls out of bed, and will look over to Israel, smile, and then walk out of the room to a hallway. Any hallway. And he's going to draw his sword and, like, drag it along the wall in the shape of a doorway. And is just going to say, I need more power.
And who are you appealing to for this?
It's Nightmare. Hands down, Nightmare.
Make me a religion check.
Sure. I'll use my last of my 2 inspirations from chat.
Actually packs himself to an entity.
That is a 16 plus 5, 21.
You tap the tip of the blade you received as a gift from Nightmare. Carve into the walls of this hotel, in the hallway, a door. And you watch as a pitch black, outlined in red door begins to form. Not unlike the Maiden's design was originally. And you feel a chill run up your spine and your heart begin to pound as your hand touches the blood-red doorknob. And you return to Nightmare. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
And what a session.
My vote for our name is the Fortunate Five.
Ooh. I was gonna say Fate's Pawns.
Yeah, but that's like
Yeah.
lame.
Yeah, it
The
is
Fortunate
lame.
Five both implies that yes, we were chosen, but also we're lucky as
Heck yeah.
I think we should stick with colors and go with the brown note.
No.
The Beatles.
No.
The Beatles plus Barry. All right. Well, it has been a absolute delight playing tonight. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. I had the pleasure of playing Gaheris Nervos Blackmont, the Oath of Conquest Paladin, your boy in blue, aka the blue tiefling with horns and black scary armor. Outside of this, you can find me here every Tuesday, where I DM 2 campaigns. Shards of Anarian, who are off to fight a dragon, and Anarian's Rest, who are delving into the mystery of what the heck is going on and trying to solve a plague. But outside of that, you can find me here every Friday in Goldshine Investigations. Outside this, I'm actually guest starring on a podcast called Roads Uncharted. You should definitely, give it a listen. It is a fantastic system that uses the Genesis system, and I play a sad retired adventurer named Dawson. Dawson Sawyer, to be exact. If that's not a sad name, I don't know what is. It just breaks your heart hearing it. But outside of that, we are opening up casting calls for future DMs for the channel. Whether that is you or someone you know, we will be posting a link to our forms to fill out. So if that interests you, you should fill it out. Every DM will get a one-shot audition, and then we will go forward to see if their tales are something that we like. But after that, we will be casting for players for additional shows for 2022. But I will, pass the torch on to my fellow players, so I'd love to know 3 things. Who are they? Where can we find them? And what are some cool projects they're working on?
Okay, sure. I'll go first. Also, real quick, again, I think we're a bunch of heroes. Going with the color thing, we should go with White Privilege as our team name. I'm getting a lot of no's. Getting a lot of no's on that one. Okay, we'll keep working.
We'll workshop
hi,
it.
everybody.
What the fuck?
Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. If you want to find me on more of my projects, best place is Twitter at dsword16. A lot of my projects are on hold right now because I'm planning a move, but that should be done by the end of next month. Fingers crossed. So hopefully in the next couple of months, everything will be back up and running. In the meantime, check out that Twitter. You can find a lot of my previous projects in VODs, and I also have a podcast. So you can find all the older episodes of all those things, including Horizon's Call Season 1, podcast Monster Crush, which is all about monsters and cryptids and how lovable they can be if you can just embrace the horror and find the beauty within. And then, currently I'm mostly here on Graham Cracker's channel, so you can find me every Tuesday for Shards of Anarian, as Graham mentioned, and then of course here on Fridays. And that's it for me.
I guess I can go next. I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone who wasn't this wonderful party. If you want to see more of my DMing, just can't get enough of it, but want to see even more conspiracies, check out my Monday and Tuesday streamed games, both being streamed at 9:30 Central Daylight Time on the Odd Tornado Productions Twitch and YouTube channels. My Monday game, Under Locks and Keys, features a party of globe-trotting treasure hunters trying to gather the artifacts of the gods in order to beat a cult of technology worshippers from unleashing what is either a terrible curse or a valuable treasure. One of the two. They just got Vulcan's pistol that the Atlanteans crafted. And Tuesday, you can tune in for Of Black Ink and Blue Blood, featuring a party of politicians and nobles trying to unravel a political conspiracy, but they just need to stop stabbing each other in the back, and then they can probably do that. They're currently about to go fight a Kenku on an airship who is attacking one of the players' crushes. So that's a whole thing. Off the top of my head, and if you want to see more of this setting and this world, check out my webcomic on Webtoon and Tapas, Undercommon, featuring one of the first goblins to ever become an adventurer. If I'm forgetting anything, or if you just want to see more, especially from the super awesome people I get to work with, check out Odd Tornado Productions Official on Tumblr, where you can find links to everything, and Tornado Odd, TNO capitalized on Twitter, if you want to get regular updates on everything we're doing. But I think that's about it from me.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Kari. I played Israel, the half-elf Fae-Pack Warlock tonight, and you can find me here almost all the time-ish. If those times happen to be every Friday for this game and every other Thursday for the Inarian's Rest campaign, where I play Karis, the Tiefling Wizard, who is having a time. Please see her this coming Tuesday. She's flying into a burning district. She doesn't have any spell slots. It's gonna be great. I have a feeling. Other than that, you can find me on Guild Wars 2. The expansion is coming out so soon. We're gonna get so many cool things, and the base game is free. You can try it now and see if you even like it before the fun stuff drops. So please go have fun. Everybody agrees with me, so you should definitely do it. Yeah. See you guys later.
Hey guys, I'm Pharaoh. I play Utaka, and luckily not Utaka's hand, who didn't have an appearance today, but probably will tomorrow, in character. So I will catch y'all on the flip side next week on Friday, and in 2 Tuesdays' time, where I will be playing Sindra Starmain, a Leonin, Warlock, Paladin, who is facing her own mortality as she prepares to tank an ancient dragon fight. Yup. Okay, off to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Sparrow. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I had the privilege of playing with these fine folk yet again as the Protector Asimar Oath of Devotion Paladin, Ivron Blackmont. You can find me here every Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and this is the only place you can find me, as I don't really have anything else going on. And that's probably not going to change. But I do thank you for showing up tonight and supporting us and supporting this channel. I hope in the future you continue to do so. Without further ado, Graham, is there anything?
Oh goodness. Well, once again, friends, we're at that time of the week when we bid you adieu until next week. So I want to say thank you, each and every one of you, who joined in and tuned in. It is an absolute delight to perform and play for you all. This channel is all about making memories with friends, and I hope that you count yourself as one of the friends, because you are all welcome here every week, every day, and you will always have a friend with us. So, until next week, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Stay hydrated, stay happy, and stay healthy, and we'll talk to you soon. So until next time, take care, adventurer, and bye for now.